Welcome to Mudding with BEAGS. This is episode 10 live and doing a different broadcast today. I had a scheduling conflict this week with a job. I was supposed to work on it tomorrow, and the rain is coming in tomorrow, so I had to move my job back to Thursday, and which means that it would be difficult to do a show and then get a little bit of sleep and then do a job the next day. So I figured I'd just go live tonight. I was ready to go, and I'm going to do it tonight. So I don't know if anybody's with me tonight. It looks like a few people in the chat. Thank you. Sorry about the pop-up on here, but got to do what I got to do. So anyways, we're going to get into a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I got a bunch of stuff I'm looking at and thinking about, and I want to start, I believe, I'm going to show a video here that I posted recently. Excuse me. And I'm going to, it's my Fifth Avenue, New York City tour, 1911. I'm going to show that video right here at the start. And what we're going to do is we're going to watch the video, and I'm going to then go through each picture individually, and we're going to look and see what you can't see in the video, because those images are a lot more interesting than that video is allowing you to see. And I have posted the pictures in the description, so you can go and look at these yourself. And I've also added them to the original video. So we're going to go ahead and watch the video and kick back, relax, and then we're going to take a look at these pictures a little bit deeper and see if we can dig some mud.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types who wear a day coat, pants with stripes and cutaway coat, perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Dressed up like $1 million trooper, trying hard to look like Gary Cooper. Come, let's mix where Rockefellers walk with sticks or umbrellas in their mix. Putting on the Ritz, putting on the Ritz. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types who wear a day coat, pants with stripes and cutaway coat, perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Dressed up like $1 million trooper, trying hard to look like Gary Cooper. Come, let's mix where Rockefellers walk with sticks or umbrellas in their mix. Putting on the Ritz. Have you seen the well-to-do up and down Park Avenue on that famous thoroughfare with their noses in the air? High hats and arrow collars, white spats and lots of dollars, spending every dime for a wonderful time. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types who wear a day coat, pants with stripes and cutaway coat, perfect fits. putting on the Ritz. Dressed up like $1,000,000 trooper, trying hard to look like Gary Cooper. Come, let's mix where Rockefellers walk with sticks or umbrellas in the midst. Putting on the Ritz, putting on the Ritz. Up like $1,000,000 trooper, trying hard to look like Gary Cooper. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz, putting on the Ritz, putting on the Ritz, putting on the Ritz. The Ritz, dining wine, but not till now. The time is right for us tonight. We can move to the rhythm. We can move, dance to the rhythm. Let's take it easy. Putting it on the R-I-T-Z. How about you and me, says
So we are back, and looks like Oz Beast had time to come and visit us tonight. Hey, Oz.
Hey, how we doing, Biggs?
Oh, pretty good. Sorry to pop up on you tonight.
Oh, good, mate.
I had a scheduling conflict. The rain's coming in tomorrow and messing up my job, so I had to work Thursday, and I didn't want to do a show on Wednesday night and be tired from my job, so I decided, why not just go live?
Oh, good, mate. Let's do it.
So, we're going to get into a little bit of everything tonight. So what we're going to do next is we're going to take a deep dive into these images that for the video I just showed for the Fifth Avenue video. And also, I believe Streets of Tartaria is still in the chat, if I'm not mistaken. And later on, he sent me some, we were chatting on the telephone a little while ago, and he sent me some interesting Mudflood animations that he's running a competition to find an animator to do Mudflood animations, and we're going to show some of those animations later on, and he's going to give you a link. So if you guys want to go and take a look and maybe participate in that, it's a competition. We'll talk more about it later, but I'm just giving a little plug now for what we're going to do and show later. I want to get through this other thing first, so that'll keep you hanging around for that. And anyways, let's get into this here. Let's see. Let me share my screen. And here we go. And I'll wait for it to get up and going. If you have any questions, you can put them in the chat, and Oz is luckily here with us, and he can grab them and put them in the private chat, and I can look at them later, and hopefully can try to answer your questions. Oh, you know what? Let me make sure I do this. Let me get my head out of my keister. We'll be good to go. Okay, I think I got it set to where it's gonna go full screen here. While we're sitting here twiddling our thumbs, there it goes. Okay, this is the opening page. I believe this was a book that was put out of images, from the best I can tell, in 1911, and this is the cover. Fifth Avenue, 1911, New York. Got you a nice little lion there, little eagle or phoenix there, little dude bowing his head there, maybe with a sword, which is kind of weird. Anyways, that's the front cover of these images. This is the opening card, the opening page. If you'll notice, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a crease kind of in the middle here, and I believe this was in like a picture book that flipped open, to where you had half the image on the left side, half the image on the other side. So and there's a published by right there. Anyways, this isn't what we want to get into. This is what we want to get into. When you get to looking at these images, they get a little bit different. But I believe that there was a crease here in the middle where it opened and fold, had the image on the left and the right, and you looked at it as like a wide angle picture, but anyways, down here on the bottom, you've got information about the buildings right here, and also at the end of the book there is a list of the buildings, which I didn't show it in the video, but it will be shown. It'll be included in the description, and the link in the description. Anyways, I want to get into these pictures because these images are not exactly what they seem, and you're going to see what I'm saying here. These images are very much more interesting than the video showed. And if you just look at the images just like this, they are cool, they're neat, it shows wonderful architecture, but there's more going on here. And what I mean by that is that, like, example, this dude right here to me does not look like that dude is there to me. Okay, that looks like it's photoshopped in. Okay, and it will become more and more apparent to you why I say that. But everything in these images, the buildings are here, okay, in the pictures, but there's things wrong. Okay, example, this right here, okay, and this cart right here, and this guy right here, and this cart right here, okay, those are examples of things I'm not sure if they're there. Now, this overhang here, this canopy here may be there, I'm not sure, but these guys, I'm not sure. This guy, I think, might be copy paste. I think this might be a painting, this cart right here and this cart right here. You're going to see why I'm saying this later. As we go through this, you're going to see you got Vanilla Sky going on. And what I'm saying is that these images are a mixture of reality and photoshopping and painting, trickery of the eye. Now, why they did this, I don't know. I'll tell you the truth. Anything that's not a building, I think it needs to be subjected to a magnifying glass. And as we go, you'll go through these, you will see what I'm saying. So I'm just gonna go through as quick as I can. There's like 78 of these pictures, so I'm gonna go through them as quick as I can. And you know, you feel free to go through and look at them yourself. I'll let you see the bottom shows the different buildings. You got this ironwork here. To me, I'm not sure if that ironwork is there. I mean, it really looks like a painting to me. To me, this is suspect. I'm not sure that's there. I don't know. And it's not everything. It a lot. Most of it is here. It's just got Mudflood windows there, Mudflood doors. I mean, look at this guy. Does that look like a picture of a person? What about these? I mean, or is that a painting? I mean, I just don't, you know, look how, I mean, the buildings are pretty crisp, that when you get to these people, they get to looking like paintings. And I'm going to show you later. You're going to see what I'm saying. Look at the Antiquitech up here. You're going to see what I'm saying is that there's some hanky-panky going on in these images. Look how big that door is. And you see there's so much more going on in these images. You got vanilla sky. Look how clear the road is. How clean. So let me move on. Try not to dwell on these things. Every car, every person, I think, needs to be scrutinized in these images. I mean, that right there looks like a painted person to me. And I'm going to show you images where there's not going to be a question. You're going to be like, oh, that's a painted person. That's a painted horse. That's a painted car. I mean, it's not even going to be in question. Some of these, you have to understand that this is a picture of a picture. They took a picture. Well, actually, they took two pictures. This is two pictures put side by side. First off, that's first thing. Then you have, they manipulate it with adding Photoshop, and they painted stuff on here, and then they took a picture of that. So it's a picture of a picture of a picture. You know, it's like, and then it's a picture in a book, and then it's, how many reproductions of this are there? I don't know. Anyways, my point is that these pictures are moving really slow. Sorry, it's jerky. They're like that right there. Kind of looks painted to me. Let's see. Okay. Look, that's kind of weird looking right there. You got lines coming down here that are, maybe those are flag poles. They might be those flag poles they removed from the roof and put down. Okay, I don't want to dwell on them. It's too long. I just want to try to get through them. That guy right there's suspect to me. Those guys are too. I mean, does that look painted, or does that look like a picture of a person? I don't know. That one's kind of one. Will remove before February. That's odd. Huh. I don't know what that means. Some Mudflood action there. Okay, here's a perfect example. This is 100% proof that these images have paintings in them. That's undeniable. If you deny that, then there's no help for you. I can't help you. Might as well just go to watch something else, because I don't know what to tell you. That is a painted image on that picture. But see, when you back up and you're not really paying attention, that looks fine. It looks like a horse and a cart and a man on the horse and cart. But that 100%, no question, no debate, unless you're a total, I don't know, zero brain person, I don't know, that is a painted image on that photograph, period. And that guy, I think, is painted. Okay, 100% proof. This looks suspect to me. I'm gonna tell you, that whole building right there looks suspect to me. And look right here, how it's just cut off, like they just quit painting. It's like they just faded into the background. But I mean, look over here, the dirt keeps going, but the building's cut off. I mean, is that a building or is that a picture? Is it a painting or is it a picture? See, that one's really suspect to me. These people over here, it's really hard to tell. And maybe these were clearer in the originals. You know, I don't know how, you know, how much, what generation these photographs are. So, you know, I'm sure we're losing data here. And anyways, even with the loss of data, we know that there's hanky-panky going on. Like, I don't know, that wheel right there looks suspect to me. That all looks suspect to me. Now, I don't know why they would have painted these extras onto these images. That fire hydrant looks like it's painted to me. This is just my opinion. I mean, except if I say that's a painted picture. I mean, if I say that's painted, I mean, obviously I'm saying it's painted. But some of these things are speculation. I'm not sure. I mean, a painter could easily paint this in right here. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be done. It might be. I mean, we've already seen the evidence. I've already proved it. Unless I've gone off the rails and I'm seeing cartoon figures. I mean, who knows? I mean, hell. Either way, that doesn't look real. That guy doesn't look real. I don't think that guy's real. Got some construction here. I mean, these pictures are just super, super cool, but super, super weird at the same time. Definite hanky-panky going on. I don't know why. That's a flat earth asterisk right there, I do believe. Not sure about that guy. I mean, it would be very easy to Photoshop that car into that picture. If you know anything about darkroom picture manipulation, you know how easy that is. All you do is cut out a negative, okay, of this car, okay, and you cut out the windows, and you just slap it over another negative, and there you go. It's inserted. It's photoshopped in. Easy peasy Japanese. Take another picture. That looks suspect to me. That guy looks suspect. That street lamp looks suspect. I'm not saying that they're actual, you know, confirmations of. I mean, look at this. Look how we built this little outcropping door to cover up this gigantic door. All right, moving on. Let's see what else we got. That's a weird thing. Let's see. We will dispose of Something stock at reduced prices. It's weird. It's kind of suspect, that lady right there. And they're kind of suspect to me. Those are there's prism glass right there. You got Mudflood drop-ins right here. So you got doors underground. I mean, I'm sorry, but in my opinion, like I said, opinions like assholes, everybody got one. That car is photoshopped into that picture. That is my opinion of that right there. You can see the Photoshop line right here. You see that? That is very easy to Photoshop right there. Now, why they did that, I don't know. I think that's Photoshop. Just an opinion. That could be a flat earth asterisk right there. Hard to tell. Okay, let's keep going. That right there looks odd to me. I mean, look at this right here. That's weirdness right there. I don't know. It's strange to me. Why are you standing in the middle of the road? Are you painted in? Is the question. This looks painted to me. Look at this. I mean, that something don't look right there. Almost looks painted. You got to really look at these things. They're not easy. That's a flat earth asterisk right there. Got a guy changing the facade there. Caught you. You're busted. Halt in the name of the law. Halt in the name of the Mudflood law, you son of a bitch. We're on to you. Griffin. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Okay. And you know, I highly encourage you to go look at these images and see what you could find. You know, maybe you got a better eye than I do. Probably do. I don't know. I got me some new glasses. I can see pretty damn good now. That's a weird little car right there. The tire looks weird to me. That lady, I don't know. Is she there? Is it painted? Tell me that car is not painted. Somebody, anybody, anyone. Bueller. How about that car? Bueller. How about that car? That car. Anyone? Can anyone tell me that is a photograph of a car? Anyone? I'll wait. I got time. I think they might be painted. See, these images are, there's another story here. I know y'all thought about, oh my goodness, old BEAGS, he gonna go over them damn pictures. He just here and showed us those. Yeah, you thought you'd seen them. I thought I'd seen them too until I started looking at them closer. I went back just on a whim. I wanted to look at them again just because I thought they were cool. And then I started, you know, getting in there and looking closer. I'm like, wait a minute now. There's some hanky-panky going on here. Serious hanky-panky. I don't know. That looks weird. Is that street light even there? I don't know. Look at outcropping. We built that. That's Photoshop proof. I don't think that policeman is standing in the middle of the road. It don't even look like he's touching the ground. To me, I think that lady's painted. That's my opinion. I think that lady's painted on there. Maybe you got a different opinion. That's okay. You can have a different opinion. I'm just giving you my opinion. For what it's worth. I mean, you know, maybe it's worth nothing. I don't know. Got the fencing up here. mean, look at that's weird. Look what the hell? Look at this monstrosity, and then this little tiny little thing right here beside it. How weird is that? Super weird. Some kind of mud flood action going right there. Got some kind of thing right there. Pore holes right here. You know, there's a I've got it in here. I'll read it to you later. But they're talking about this. You know, that they're trying to document the Fifth Avenue. That's what the point of these pictures are. If you're documenting something, why do you need to paint in shit? How is that documentation? How is that historically accurate? How in the world does that make, you know, logical sense? That, I mean, I don't know. It to me, it screams a cover-up of some sort. I don't know what they're covering up. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe those are old Antiquitech, you know, ether lights. Maybe that's a painted truck. In my opinion, that's a damn painted truck. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know shit from Shinola, but to me, that's a painted truck. Why is it there? Look, that's juxtaposition. That right there looks real. That looks like a painted truck. Now, this truck could be photoshopped in. That could easily be photoshopped in, or it could be there. I don't know. I mean, the shadows look like they might be right. I mean, you know, okay, but what in the hell? Why? Why do you got two cars here that look kind of real, but then why this one? And if you're looking back this way, they look perfectly normal. You know, to the untrained eye, to the normal everyday citizen, you know, the civilian. We're not civilians, by the way, but to the normal civilians, you know, the sheep, they don't know the difference. They don't have a clue. I mean, what the hell is that? Is that a man or is that a painted? What is that? I don't even know. Does that look painted to you? That looks painted to me. And who painted these? There's no credit for who painted them. Who painted these? Pore holes. Look at the horseshit signage we had up there. And you know something I just realized? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing it right. Where's the horseshit awnings? I mean, maybe I'm missing something here. I ain't seen a horseshit awning yet. I mean, I don't know. That looks painted to me. That looks painted to me. I don't know. Look at that. Good grief. Some kind of mud flood action right there. Is that real? I don't know about that. I mean, I've shown painted images before. I have, but it's been one off. It's like an image here and an image there. They're different images from different places, you know, but I have never seen a collection of images that are done this way. And I think that stands, you know, that's something to say. Those right there, the tops of those trees to me look painted. I mean, I'm no painter. I'm no expert. I'm no Salvador Dali here. That fence looks painted to me. I don't know why it does. It just does look painted. Look, you got Mudflood Winters there, and there. Very weird. Is that a real person? Doesn't look like a real person to me. You tell me in the chat what you think. I mean, maybe I'm off my rocker. This could be possible. I mean, hell, does a crazy person know they're crazy? I don't know. Portholes up here. It's all vanilla skied. Streets are just perfect. Something ain't right. Something ain't right at all. I mean, look at that. Does that look, to me, that looks like it's been cut. Something's been removed right there. That's my opinion. That does not look correct. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe, and I don't know, maybe there's other historical photos of this corner, and maybe someone can go find, look, this is the, I mean, this is something you can do. You can, you know, you want to go do some research. That's the Lloyd S. Bryce, number 1025. I think that's the house number, if I'm not correct. If I'm not mistaken, that, you know, it's right there. William Solomon, number 1020. I bet that's the 1020 right there. And I bet that's the 1025. But I mean, you could go look up that address and see what's going on with the, historically with that, you know, address. Look at them big old arches going into the ground. Huge. That fire hydrant suspect to me. That fence is suspect to me. That fence doesn't look real to me. And you know what? I mean, not for nothing, but okay, I'm sitting here looking at this, and over here we got a blank walled building, which is weird. And then over here we got a blank walled building, except for this weird, whatever the hell that is, which is weird. And then we got this empty space here, this empty, you know, parcel of land. Well, I'm real suspect of that. I don't see any reason why there couldn't be a building there that they have covered up and they've painted it out. I mean, that doesn't look right to me. That's just an opinion. Like I said, it's a speculation. It's okay to speculate. We need to speculate. That's how you come to new ideas, is speculation. Don't be afraid to speculate. Just, you know, admit you're speculating and say, you know, I'm not sure, I don't know, but it's a speculation. I'm thinking out loud. You know, those trees look suspect to me. Them right there. That light looks suspect to me. That whole lot looks suspect to me. Like it kind of looks like there should be something here. This doesn't even look right. I don't know. Look how it's rounded right there. That's really cool. And look at this. What the hell? Why build like that and then have no windows in it? What in the hell is that? That curb looks painted to me. That sewer drain cover looks painted. That sidewalk looks painted. That fence looks painted to me. That sidewalk looks painted. I don't know, something about it. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just saying something doesn't look right. It's almost like they manipulated this to go with whatever the narrative is. curb looks really weird. Okay. And that's, look at these street lights just in the middle of the road for no apparent reason. Some kind of construction maybe there. I wish these images were clear. And I bet there are clearer images of this, you know, somewhere. These are from the Library of Congress. So, you know, it's that looks suspect to me. That guy looks suspect. He looks like he's going to open his jacket and, you know, he's going to not have any clothes on. But that's, you know, to each his own. That's your thing, then just do it somewhere else. We're not having that here. We got time for all that. Look at this thing. Good grief. Oh my gosh. Look, an awning. That's the first awning I think I've seen. Might not be the first one. It's the first one I've noticed. Usually we see awnings everywhere. So rich folk didn't need awnings. And look at that. Does that not look painted right there? I don't know. That looks painted. This whole business right here looks painted. That kind of looks painted right here. That's real suspect to me. I don't know. Hey, Caleb, I see you in the chat. Good to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Got the trust company. Yeah, trust. Taurus Field. And in case you're coming late to the show, I'm going through the pictures from my video of Fifth Avenue in New York City, 1911. And I'm pointing out the anomalies that I found in the pictures. We would have built these outcroppings here because the doors would be too big. There's a long awning, but that's not really, you know, the horseshit awning I'm talking about. I mean, it's a horseshit awning, but it's not the kind that I normally would be ranting and raving about. But anyways, that looks kind of suspect to me. That dude looks a little suspect. Some interesting symbols there. It's weird how it's dark up here and light over here. Now, these images would have been taken at separate times, the left and the right. Where the split is, I don't know. And you see there's some anomalies with the camera lens. I mean, you see how it's straight here and the building's, you know, on an angle here. That's because of the camera lens. So we know there's some anomalous, you know, stuff there with that, but that's okay. You know, that's just the technology of the day. That doesn't bother me. I see what's going on there, but it is weird. You know, you got light on the left and dark on the right. That's a little bit weird, right? That horse and cart looks suspect. By the way, that's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America, in case you were unaware and uninformed. I guess I should have been telling y'all that, because some people don't know about Fred. Fred's the one that brought all these bricks in, supposedly. I mean, it's an official story now. We got to get the official story out there. We got to make the man happy, because the man wants to know about. He wants everybody to know that old horse and cart brought that in here. Yes, we know trains were involved too. Damn trains. Anyways, Look at the size of those freaking, gosh, just the scale of that's just stupid. That's just crazy. Oh my goodness. Got a ladder lean. Look at the scale of that door. That's wild. Check those out. Dang. Symbology in New York is just absolutely incredible. That looks kind of weird right there. A lot going on there. Look at that. That looks painted. That whole tree looks painted. All those trees look painted to me. That building is very odd. I don't know. That building looks painted to me. I don't know. These people, they look painted. Sidewalk looks painted. That light looks painted. There's possibly an awning. I don't know. I can't tell for sure. Where are all the awnings? Would they forget to build awnings till later? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I think they pretty much had awnings from the beginning of the horse shit narrative, but I mean, I'm looking at the damn trees now like they're some kind of painting. I don't know. Maybe that's real. Maybe it ain't. I don't know. I can't tell on that. Check out the obelisk. This is a weird phenomenon. I've found this a lot where the tops of the trees are cut off, which is very weird because if you know anything about cutting trees, you'll understand how weird that is right there. If you've ever done anything with cutting trees down, you know that's very strange. And I'm not going to try to explain it to you because it's one of the things you have to know it to understand. But I mean, imagine the only way to cut that in that time frame is to climb that tree and saw it off. And they didn't have chainsaws. And, you know, honestly, with a chainsaw, it'd be hard. But to go out there with a handsaw, I mean, just, ooh, I don't know. Very sketchy. This is the Metropolitan Museum of Art, in case anybody was wondering. I mean, that looks like it's painted right there, that area to me. Look how it's look at the sketchiness of the coloring here, how it clears up as it goes right here. I don't know, that's sketchy to me. Is that a real person right there, that woman on the left, or is that a painting? I don't know. Very questionable. I don't know. There's Fred again. That's the Pooper Scooper Man cart. Is that lady real or is she a painting? Look how these trees go up and then they just they disappear like they're, I mean, what in the world? What is that, a painting? Does that look real, or am I okay? I don't know. Am I overreaching here? Is that horse there? I don't think so. I think that's a painting. I think that is a painted Fred Fred has literally been painted into the narrative at this point. I cannot make this shit up. That tree doesn't look real to me. But I believe, you know, a lot of what you see is real, but a lot of what you see is not real. It's like a fantasy world. But this is the thing, that these images were sold in a book that were not sold as a fantasy world. It was sold as a historical documentation of what this world was like. So I mean, the manipulation of this is unreal. Look, there's a painted Fred. I do believe. I think that's probably painted too. If you think a painter can't paint that, you need to go watch that Bob Ross son bitch, because he can paint the shit out of that. I'm telling you. It ain't hard to paint this stuff if you know how to paint. If you're a painter, I ain't a painter. I couldn't paint my way out of a paper bag. But I can tell you what's a painting, what ain't a painting. See, that looks like a real, but you know, not sure if it's a Photoshop or what. Not sure. That looks sketchy to me. It's like a winged disc, maybe. Iffy. I appreciate y'all showing up tonight. It's not my normal night. Had a scheduling conflict this week. Rain came in and kind of messed up my job for tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to do it Thursday. So I decided to go ahead and do the show tonight, so I wasn't so tired on my Thursday job. So anyways, popped up on you, last minute decision. There is you can see the crease in the book right there. You see that crease, which is interesting. I don't know. Mudflood Winders right there. That looks like it's photoshopped in. Look at the shadows here. That looks very suspect to me. Something weird about that to me. I don't know. It's weird. Some of these images, they look pretty normal, you know, not, the sketch factor is not real high, but some of them are off the charts. That spire right there, is that real or is that painted? That building, is that real or is that painted? I don't know. I mean, these things could be more painted than I'm even pointing out. There's Fred Wilma. Is that, you know, is that little boy, you know, real? I don't know. Just goes on and on and on. Are those folks real right there? I don't know. I'm just questioning the, you know, what's, you know, the story is, because I'm seeing anomalies. I don't, you know, that looks like a painted person right there to me. That whole area right there looks painted to me. Just an opinion. That's a painting. That right there, that cart is a painting. That one looks very painted. I mean, that's something suspect. Look at this. Look how the road. I don't know if you guys can, how much you guys can see. Go look at these damn pictures yourself. I put them in the description. Do your own thinking. I'm just giving you a little bit of my thinking for what it's worth. Look, the road keeps going, but the picture's cut off. See that? And then there's buildings maybe back here, maybe. And this looks kind of sketchy up here. But look how they cut the image off, but I mean, you know what that proves right there? That the road is painted. Why would you cut the road off right here and then cut it right here? It's painted. That is painted. That road is a painted road. I bet you every one of these damn photographs, the road is painted. Now, why they did this, I don't know. It's a freaking mystery, man. That looks like paint a Fred right there. You know, paint by numbers. Get you a Fred. That's a flat earth asterisk right there. In case you need one of those. That looks kind of sketchy right there. That whole sidewalk looks sketchy to me. Something funny about these sidewalks. We know the damn roads are painted in. That's why they're so perfect. I was giving it the benefit of the doubt until I saw that picture a second ago. I think all these roads are painted in. I bet these damn sidewalks are painted in too. Why are they painting the sidewalks in? Something's going on here. This is another whole nother bag of tricks they're pulling on us. These son bitches are tricky. You get there's Mudflood winners. They're tricky. We're dealing with some tricky son bitches. I mean, they manipulate the hell out of our world. Look at that. I don't think that's real. I think that's a painting. I think them people are painted, every one of them. Why are they painted? Why did they do this? Got a barber pole. Makes me wonder if there's an underground right there. And look at all the underground right here. Who builds like that? Look, there's another barber pole. Got stairs going up, big ass doorway. Look at that door underground there. That fire hydrant looks sketchy. Look at that mailbox. Does that mailbox look real? That don't look real to me. That fire hydrant looks sketchy. That right there looks like a painted van. That sidewalk looks painted. And there's Paint a Fred right there. That ain't real. I doubt that one's real. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Look at that police officer. Does he look like he's standing in the middle of that road? To me, he does not look. It's either painted or it looks like it's a copy paste, a cut and paste Photoshop right there. Those ladies don't look real to me. That man don't look real. That looks kind of sketchy, but I don't know. Some things look more sketchy than others. That looks sketchy to me right there. Look, it looks like this is the dark parts of the building, but what's this right here? What's this anomalous, lighter toned part right here? I think that's where they vanilla skied it. That's what it looks like to me. That looks like evidence of vanilla skying. Why did they vanilla sky it? Those ladies are painted in. That sidewalk's painted. That's not real. That road's not real. Look at that line right there going straight up the building. Oh, let's go. Got a flat earth asterisk right there in case you need one of those. Look at that line going straight up. Hope y'all can see that. Look at that. And then it curves over to the left. So that's where they copy pasted probably the pictures together. So they just didn't do a very good job of copy pasting these images. But it's interesting. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I sometimes I enjoy myself and not know if anybody else is enjoying it, but I'm enjoying it. I get a kick out of this stuff. I love finding stuff like this. Gets my blood going. I don't know. That looks like a painting to me. I mean, who is the artist? Why did they not get credit? It's just something just don't look right there. That to me looks like all that's painted right there. That all looks sketchy. Look at this guy. I mean, just the way he's standing is sketchy. I don't know. All these people here are weird looking. The way they're, I don't know. It doesn't look right to me. This looks kind of sketchy. That looks kind of sketchy. Scrub cartouche. Scrub cartouche. That looks painted. All that looks painted. And I know these aren't good photographs. I know that, you know, it's okay. Maybe it's the quality of photograph. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes maybe it's just the quality of photograph. Absolutely. But I'm sorry. I think I've proved that a lot of these images on these photographs, and these are photographs, are painted, that they have Photoshop manipulation of some form. That pole looks sketchy to me. Prior to removal, leather fancy goods. Prior to removal, why are you removing it? And that's, we've seen other weird signs in these pictures. The OJ Grude Company. Well, that's odd. Tartarian lions. And I'll get into that later. Let's see. I got a little something on that to say. That lady looks painted to me. That lady looks painted. It kind of looks a little sketchy there. Got a ladder. I still don't see many or if any awnings. It's kind of odd looking right there. It looks painted. I don't know, that one looks a little better, but he still looks kind of weird standing right there. Check out that porthole right there. Those guys look, they could be painted. That looks painted. I think these pictures are much interesting than originally thought. I mean, come on now. If that's not a painted man, I don't know what is. What about that guy? Painted. I mean, that painted right there. I mean, come on. Jeez. That looks sketchy to me. That looks like a painted Fred right there. That looks like a painted wagon. That looks painted. That looks painted. That is sketchy. Shirts and collars. Trunks. This guy looks photoshopped or painted. Something don't look right about him. Something don't look right about that guy either. What about this guy? And look how they're walking. Who the hell walks like that? What, y'all fucking Dick Tracy here? I mean, look at this. Boss man. And look at the size of this guy compared to this guy. The scale is off. Look at the scale of these 3 right here. Maybe this guy. Look at the scale. And even this guy, the scale is off. I'm sorry if you don't know what I mean. I don't know how to explain it very well. Those guys do not look like they are. If they're painted, the scale is off because the painter didn't scale them properly. If they're photoshopped in, then they're just not scaled to be proper to each other. They're not scaled right. Those look like painted ladies. That looks like a painted lady. That all looks painted. That looks painted. That looks painted. Any of this could be anything that's all these people could be painted. Who knows? I don't know. Hell, they might have had Picasso up in here doing these pictures. How the hell do I know? Look at that you can see the stitch line right here. Look at that. See the stitch line? You see how it's not straight? Which is interesting. It's not a straight stitch. That's telling thing. There's painted Fred. That's a painted horse and cart with a little man. How about that? I mean, I don't know, something sketchy about that. Look at the little children. They look painted. I mean, these images are sketchy as hell. I mean, just straight up sketchy as hell. It wouldn't be a big deal if they were sold as like a, kind of just a fun book of New York. They're not. They're sold as a historic documentation of this is what it looks like. This is what it was. I don't think this is what it was at all. I think they have painted the shit out of this. I got a feel, I almost got the feeling they came in when they found the buildings and took these photographs and then painted this shit in to create a narrative. Maybe I'm overreaching. You got the outcropping door. I don't know. There's that same OJ thing. And these images are out of order, by the way. There is an order to these images. And I don't know what the order is at. And maybe somebody can figure it out. I don't know. That all looks sketchy to me. Just some high weirdness going on. Look at that. Awnings. How many awnings have I found in these images? Very few. How many awnings do I normally find? Look, there's some more. But what's weird is those aren't even the normal awnings that we see. The horse shitty awnings that are flapping all over the place. They're so crappy. So that's sketchy. There's Freddie and Frankie. He old cute horse. Fred's a horse built America. Supposedly Fred brought all these bricks in, to build all these buildings. That was Fred's job. I don't know. There's just a lot of high weirdness there. If you think they can't Photoshop back in the day, you got a whole nother thing coming to you. Like, look at this. Look. Okay, come on now. Really? I'll just leave that. Y'all just suck that in right there. I should just quit right there. I don't even need to go any further to prove my point right there. Give me a fucking break. I'm going to eat some more of this. I got me a milkshake. I'm going to eat some of my milkshake. Y'all just ponder on that for a second. This is good and tasty right here. You got to be kidding me. I just can't take it. What the hell is that? And you look from a distance. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Although, look at the scale. And why is this guy 15 feet tall? I mean, look at this little fella. Look at this guy. Seriously? And then look at the sketchiness of this whole, block here. How sketchy is that? What is going on there? That's sketchiness beyond sketchy. I mean, they're showing that there was a building here, right? Well, why in 1911 have they already destroyed a building that's this big? Look, this thing had floors. Look, that is a floor, that is a floor, that is a floor. It had arched windows there. I mean, you can see these things, but why in 1911 are they already tearing it down? I mean, that's sketchy in itself. And what's going on right here? That looks like it's painted. Oh my goodness. I mean, look. I don't even know what to say. What do you say about that? That's painted. That car, that don't look real to me. That car doesn't look right. Look at these awnings. Very simple. I mean, I'm going to tell you the truth. That awning looks like it could easily be painted. That's not the normal awnings that we see. Look, fire escape. And it's another thing is how few fire escapes there are. She looks painted. That curb looks painted. Look at this. You can see see this line right here. That's a stitch mark. I don't know if you can see this now. Like I said, the pictures in the description. You go do your own thinking. Look right there. Does that not look painted? That whole area, this whole business right here looks painted to me. Got some kind of underground something going on there. You got a railing here, some kind of underground there. Look at the weirdness of the light right here. Super, super weird. Oh, man, jeez, just. I mean, where does reality end and the painting begin? I don't even know. Got an underground right there. Maybe one right there. Incredible. There's a painted woman right there. And that whole business right there looks painted to me. Why? Why did they paint that? Why? I cannot think of a good reason why they would do that. I don't know. I don't know. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I know this is long. I feel this needs to be done. So, and Ozbeast held me off from doing this as long as he could, but I revolted. I rebelled on him. Got a ladder lean here. Got a guy supposedly sitting up on a ladder, but he looks painted into me. That guy looks painted in. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat, and I'll try to answer them as soon as I can here. That lady looks painted to me. My goodness. That looks like a painted fire hydrant. That lady looks painted. That Fred and Wilma look painted. And look, a painted trolley. That's a new one. There's a Mudflood underground and a stitch line going up. You can see the stitch work right here. Right there. Going up, stitch work. But see, if you're looking in a picture book, you'd never notice that. Why would you? You just look at some cool photographs of what you think is what it looks like in New York. And that looks painted to me. And most people, the civilians of our world, they would never, they'd be none the wiser Why would you ever question this? You'd have no reason to question this. See, that looks like a normal awning. That's what I'm talking about, horseshit awning right there. That's more standard issue. We see that all over the place. Mudflood window right there, in case I forgot to tell you that one. You probably saw it, because y'all ain't civilians. If you're here, you're not a civilian. I'll assure you that. That looks painted to me. Those people look painted right there. That looks painted. That looks painted. That looks painted. That looks painted. There's an unscrubbed cartouche. That looks sketchy right there. What's he looking up at? That's Boss Man. There's a part of a wind catcher system right there, that window right there. Prism glass. Oriental rugs. I like reading signs. Leave me alone. I got painted lady right there. More painted people right there. Paint Fred right there. That looks kind of sketchy right there, that whole business there. In case you didn't see that, you got the names of the places on here, down here. These are the number of the home, and the person that owned it, or the business or whatever. It just gives a little information of what that is. That looks painted, that lady right there. See 287, and we look down here, 287. See that right there? This is on Fifth Avenue, New York. So you can do a little more research on this, you know. I don't know if you know this, but New York has an amazing historical photo website, digital archive, that's phenomenal. I could literally start a whole show and just literally look at New York old photographs. I've talked about doing it before. I don't know why I've never done it. I don't know. Anyways, that looks kind of sketchy right there. That looks sketchy. Something going on there that's strange. That looks like a painted cart right there. Looks like a painted lady right there. She could be painted. This dude looks like he's either painted or photoshopped in. He doesn't look like he's standing there. Look at the weirdness right here. That's very weird. That looks painted to me. That looks painted right. That the bottom of that street light. There's a clock, and as I've said before, clocks are expensive. There's a weird anomalous line right there. I don't know what that is. Got Mudflood winners there. See how they got the mud flow going to the right? Got Mudflood drop in right here. That looks painted to me. Those are painted. The corner of that building looks painted to me. Matter of fact, the whole business right here looks painted. That's sketchy looking. That looks painted. That looks like it's painted right there. And I'm sure you go look at these pictures, you're going to find your own like things that, you know, I'm not seeing. I mean, I can't see it all. I mean, why is there a horse standing in the middle of the road? Probably because he ain't there. That looks painted right there. That guy, why is he standing there? He don't look right. I don't know. It doesn't look like he's there. These are very, very, very strange photographs. That looks painted. Large reductions on all antique and reproduction furniture. All antique. Large reductions. Reproduction furniture. Okay. Interesting. That looks painted. There's a scrubbed cartouche where they've etched the numbers on there, wrote the numbers 320 maybe. Right there. So it tells you what you're looking at. That guy looks painted to me. Look at that. We got prism glass right there. Anytime you see prism glass, it's a you know, you could look down for pavement light. These photographs don't show the pavement light. Pavement light, it's funny how it did not show up unless the photography was well done. It had a tendency to blend in the photographs. So unless you're looking at high res photographs, a lot of times it's really hard to see. So, but I find more and more in old film. I'm always looking at old film for it. This guy looks weird to me standing there. All this looks suspect to me. That looks painted right there to me. Those look painted women. Those are painted women. That whole business, that's a painting. That's a painted horse. I mean, what the hell? Yeah, this one, look, that's a real horse, and that's a painted horse. Can you not tell the difference? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? But what's the point? Why would you need to add that horse there? You got a horse here, right? Why add that? I mean, who knows? These may be. It would be easy to Photoshop that car and that horse into this picture. A lot easier than you might think. But why the hell would you paint that horse in there? What's the point? All that looks suspect to me right there. That building looks suspect. I don't know why it just does. Very, very strange. That looks painted. Those guys look painted. Everything's vanilla skied. I mean, look, what the hell is going on right there? Obviously, that wall is painted. That's not a real wall. What's going on right here? Now, who the hell builds like this? This is where a floor would have been here. There'd been a floor 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 here. So what was here? Is there? And all this looks like it could be painted. I mean, that dude looks painted. Why are they painting this? What is the damn point? I mean, it's somebody with a higher pay grade than me is going to have to tell me this. Force fields, because I don't got the answer. Clocks are expensive. I ain't joking, they are. You don't just go out and buy you a clock. That was a serious thing to get a clock. They didn't just have them at Walmart, you know. You just go down to the local hardware store and say, yeah, I want to buy a 3-foot clock. They'd be like, well, we don't have it. We don't make such a thing. You'll have to order that from the clockmaker. He don't have it either. He has to order it from where the hell they make clocks at. Probably Sweden or some shit. They probably have to import it. That looks painted. That looks all painted to me. I don't even, all this shit right here looks painted. Portholes. That looks painted. I mean, like Bob Ross came up in this motherfucker and started going crazy. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying Bob Ross painted that damn horse right there. And that car. And that man sitting on that car. That's what I'm saying. And that lady back there. And Boss Man right here. That's what I'm saying. And that lamp right there. Or whatever the hell that is. And that's weird too. Look. You got the crease right there. The joint right there on the lamp, side of the lamp. Going through the center of the lamp there. Going up, going up, going up. See that? And look at that door. And look at the okay, we built this outcropping door. Look at what? Oh, God. Tell me that's not painted people. I mean, I don't know. That could be a photoshopped horse. I don't know. It don't look right. Look at the size of these doors. Huge arches. There's another awning. These awnings here are rolled up. But at least they've got awnings. I mean, I expect to see awnings everywhere. Oh, man, there's some high weird. Look at that building back there. That looks painted. Oh, my God. They painted Fred. What the hell? Poor Fred. First he gets the bricks blamed on him, and then he gets the daggone painted into photographs like a damn daggone, I mean, it's just, it don't make no sense. Got underground right there. Looks painted. Oh, good gravy. Those look painted. That, oh, good gracious. Flat Earth asterisks all across there in case you need those. That's what I believe is the symbol for flat Earth. That looks painted. Torus fields. My goodness, what is this thing? The new public library. Oh, okay. So this is where that movie Day After Tomorrow was, taking place. Which is funny because that's why the basement flooded, is because it's underground. Or, the lower level. That's why the lower level in the movie flooded out. Looks painted to me. There. It's just all vanilla skied. Why did they do that? Why? And yes, I've heard 1,000 reasons why. I know the 1,000 reasons why. I just want to know the one that's true. That's what I want to know. I want to find, a photograph that has something in it, and then I want to find the same photograph where they have vanilla skied it, and it's going to be like, eureka. That's a coin right there, architectural term. That looks painted. There's the crease right there, the connection point of the photographs. And that's interesting how this right here is darker than this right here. Just pointed out. This looks painted to me. Why did they paint that? What is the point? Underground's right there. That looks painted people. Painted person right there. Underground windows. Porthole. I know this is painful, guys and gals, but I appreciate you for being good little girls and boys while I go through this and do what I do, whatever that is. There's the crease there going up. See how it goes? It's if they follow the line and then it goes over this way, which is kind of odd. When they, I don't know, it's strange. Why didn't they just do a straight cut right up the middle? I don't know. Maybe there's a photographic reason because of the angle of the lens or something. That looks painted. Everything with the different, where it's a different color, looks painted. That all looks painted. Well, from a distance, it looks fine. Look, that looks fine. But then when you get up close, not so much. It looks painted there. And if I didn't have all the photographic evidence of them putting painted people and horses and carts and shit, then I would never suspect the background. But then you see what's in the foreground, and hell, you got to suspect the background because it's easier to hide that than it is the foreground. Floors and offices for rent. And look how these cars are lined up. Does that look right? Or does that look photoshopped? I bet this whole line of cars right here is photoshopped right on in there. I bet none of that's there. I mean, they look like real cars to me, but they look like they're photoshopped in. That guy does not look like he's standing in the middle of the road to me. He looks photoshopped in. Just an opinion. That car, it don't look right. I don't know. Maybe I'm suspecting too much at this point. Look at that. Look at that cathedral right there. Good gravy. Why did these people need all this? What in the hell? This all looks sketchy. That looks painted right there. That looks painted. Got Mudflood Underground right there. Sketchiness there. Okay. Okay, this is how weird. Look how the road goes. Okay, we got the sidewalk going off here side. It changes colors. And then where's the building? Did they just cut the building like with a pair of scissors? I mean, what's the point of that? Why did they do that? Why didn't they just cut the picture right here? Okay, it's the end of the picture. Okay, the camera stopped taking the image at its point, but why continue the road on? What is the point of that? But then even more important, if you know this is obviously painted in, then you look over here and that's obviously painted in. That curb ain't real. And then it's like, well, why in the hell you paint the fucking curbs in? This, I mean, we're talking some high weirdness here now. I really think I think these photographs are very telling. I mean, you can see the evidence right there of the photo of the vanilla sky right there. Well, I can. Maybe you can't. Maybe I'm just seeing shit. Lower leaf for control. Those are painted. All that's painted. That's a painting. Sorry. That doesn't look right. It doesn't look, I don't know. It just doesn't look right. That curb is painted. That car doesn't look right. That guy's painted. We already talked about that. Good grief. Like a broken record. All this circumpunct. My goodness. I don't know. Maybe somebody's got a better explanation of this than I do. I don't know. I mean, look at that. That guy and that horse. they really look photoshopped into that picture to me. They really do. They do not look, that does not look like that's there. I don't know. I've had some darkroom training when I was younger, but you know, I remember, look at the wood, what they're doing here. That's weird. That's interesting. So I have had some darkroom training. I know that looks painted. You know, I could spot some of these things maybe better than other people in some regards. That's painted. That's a painted cart. Somebody was asking me the other day if I found any more painted, you know, pictures, and the answer is freaking yes. I was just holding out on these till I, you know, got around to doing it. I've been planning on doing this ever since I made that video, because I saw, you know, very quickly that looks painted. That there was some very, very sketchy shit going on here. And I've been wanting to show you guys this, but it takes a lot of time. I mean, as you can tell, look at the Mudflood arches there. I got a feeling these images were I don't think these were taken in 1911. I think these are much older images, and I think these are after we found the buildings, and I think we painted in the shit to make it look like this area was already, Scrub Cartouche tourist field was already populated to create the narrative. I don't believe this is 1911 at all. I really don't. I think these are when we found the buildings. And I see evidence that looks like they have done the updating after we found the buildings, where they raised the doors and the windows and the, you know, added the stairs and the you know, awnings and stuff like that. So I think that this is, you know, I don't think this is old. I don't think these are old world photographs, but I think these are after we found, and you can see the evidence of Mudflood. I think these are after we found them and repopulating. I think these are pre-populated pictures. That looks like a painting to me. I think these are pre-populated pictures of the buildings. And that's an opinion. I might be talking out the left side of my ass cheek. I don't know. This is just an opinion. Don't take it like it's gold. Doors underground. I mean, look at what the hell is going on right there. What is that? Who builds like that? What kind of mushrooms you got to be on to design a building like that? The good ones. That's painted. I mean, you seriously got to be on something. Salvador Dali had a hand in this, I'm telling you. Well, Salvador Dali wasn't around in these time frame when this. I know that, dumbass. I know that. I know that. That don't look right. I don't know. That I don't know. It looks like a painting to me. I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. Those look painted. Look like painted people. More painted people. More painted people. More painted people. Just over and over and over again. It just keeps going. It's like the Energizer Bunny. Got sketch band here. Painted cars. That looks like a painting to me. I don't know. I mean, they're very artistically done. I mean, if you take it from an artistic standpoint, they're beautiful. That's a painted Fred. Those are painted people. I do believe. Portholes up there. She looks painted. They look painted. That church looks painted. That looks painted. The whole business right there, all right there looks painted. Now, for all, and like I said, for all I know, all the like, look at why are these policemen always standing just like that? It's like, it's almost like they use the same policeman in a lot of shots. I don't know. Mudflood windows, portholes, more portholes. It's a fake. That's a painted road. All these roads are painted. I'm just assuming that the sidewalks and the roads are painted. Now, if the sidewalks and roads are painted, then you have to question what's on the sidewalks and roads. Big time. There's the line, the joining line right there. I don't know if you can see it. It's right here, going up, right there. Big old underground right there. That looks like a photoshopped set of clonofreds. Just on and on and on. I'm trying to blast through these as fast as I can, y'all. Y'all probably like, good God. I can just keep going for hours doing shit like this, but I know it's painful. Research can be pain, though. That's pain. That looks painted to me. I just big old undergrounds there. Boss man. That looks painted. Underground doors. Let's see. Something sketchy about that lady. I mean, these things are. Somebody got paid really well to do this. Why were they not giving credit for it? I mean, they credit the damn photographer. As you'll see later, I'll show it to you. That there is credit. They gave credit. The underground windows, Mudflood windows, Boss Man convention. I mean, this is sketchy right here. Whatever the hell's going on there, it just has a sketchiness to it. Look at this thing. Jeez. That looks painted right there. I bet when I started this, y'all were like, yeah, okay, painted. Yeah, okay. Okay, bees. Yeah, okay. They've got some cover-uppers here. Yeah, caught you in the act. Halt in the name of the law. We know you're covering it up. This is a citizen's Mudflood arrest. Drop your paintbrushes. We're on to you. I think, isn't that a famous the W.M. Clark mansion? That's a famous one. Thought I recognized it. And the top of this house right here, this picture actually does not do that house justice. The top of that house is where the meat and potatoes is. Top of that house is off the hizicle. It's a trip. Posting bills. Okay, so that wall looks very sketchy, that looks very sketchy. A lot of sketchiness there. Underground right there. Okay, what are we going to find next? That looks painted. I mean, this is one of the best set of photographs I've found in my research as a whole set. I mean, I find a lot of sets, but a lot of times it's like, you know, they're good and they all have a little something, you know, to them. But this set is just phenomenal in what's going on. What the hell is going on here? I don't even know. It's just very strange right there. I don't know. There's those weird symbol things. I don't know what those stand for. I got a painted baby carriage. And here again, they got an empty lot that looks sketchy. Like they've painted it in. Why? Oh, okay. Here's a theory. Let me throw out some of my theory in. You know how I do. You know this is how I roll. What if there's a structure there, a house, a mansion, a building that isn't supposed to be built in 1911, and so they just painted it out for the narrative? Did you hear the crickets? I better not sing that song because some dumbass will probably give me copyright. I showed a video. This is a good time. I showed a promote. I plugged a video last week of a guy, a channel called This House, because I thought that he does videos that show the official narrative, okay, of structures, of houses and stuff, and buildings and stuff, and he just does a good job of presenting the official narrative. And you know, we need to know the official narratives, and I thought he did a good job. I plugged his channel, one of his videos, so that y'all could see and go sub him and check him out. And the mother humper fucker decided to fucking hit me for a copy strike because I showed his fucking video. And so, anyways, I took last week's live stream down and reposted up with a big old fuck you where I had his video, so he, you know, so he can get a good fuck off. Because, you know, man, I'm trying to help you. I know you're a bigger channel. The guy has like 40,000 subscribers. Who gives a fuck? You don't know shit about architecture. You don't know shit about the historical, you know, what really happened in our world. Yet you're out there acting like you somebody. You ain't nobody. You don't know dick. Okay, you don't know shit from Shinola. Okay, you should have taken a plug when somebody was trying to do you a solid and take, you know, show some light on you. Well, now I'm gonna show some damn dark on you, dumbass, you motherfucker. Fuck you. Okay, I've said my piece. So if I show videos from now on, I'm not gonna plug the channel, but I'm still going to show people's videos because you know what? People need to see the shit that I find because I find good shit and I'm going to share it. I ain't going to plug nobody's channel. I'm going to take your daggone plugs out. I ain't going to plug you no more. You can kiss my ass. You want to copyright me because I'm trying to plug you? Go fuck yourself. Fucking sit and spin. Copyrights for losers. No time for that shit. Excuse my French, but that need to be said. That's boss man right there. Oh, got more Photoshop painted Bob Ross proof there. I should have it. I should have written right here. Bob Ross was here. This big old fro. Got Mudflood drop in there. Got Mudflood windows because we build windows and doors below ground because that makes sense. Yep. That makes a lot of sense. There's another one of them anomalies. Why is it that the empty lots look like they're painted? Why? Every single time. Why do they look weird? Why doesn't it look just like an empty lot? That doesn't look right. They look painted to me. Just saying. Da 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 da. Those trees look painted to me. That man, horse, and cart look photoshopped into me. That guy's taking a piss. Excuse him. When you gotta go, you gotta go. It's just the way of the world. This is another one of those weird lots. I don't know. Very strange. I don't know. That one's very weird. The manipulators of our world are so good at the horse shit that they do. It's incredible to me how they can be so just incredibly good at what they do. I mean, look what they do with Hollywood. Another anomalous thing. Oh, good grief. I mean, what is going on here? Oh, goodness gracious. Just what? I don't even know. I mean, I'm out of words. That just doesn't even register to my mind properly what I'm looking at. Maybe y'all are like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's good sense right there. Yeah, that looks painted to me. I don't know. I just can't even make heads or tails. It's like the more you look at them, the worse they get. I don't know. That just don't look right there. Look at that. Look, the building ends here. Yeah, it looks painted. The end of the building looks painted. It just looks like they painted it right on. Hello, Chihuahua. How you doing? No, you can't be on the TV tonight. Nobody wants to talk to you. Let's see. That looks painted there, but that looks real. That looks like a picture, part of a picture, and that's painted. I don't know. What do I know? That looks weird. I mean, it's like it looks like, oh, it almost looks like the car is photoshopped in, but the person is painted in. I don't know. Look at grief. Look at that cathedral. That looks painted, more painted. Oh my goodness. That big old arch. There's a trolley. It's interesting you're not seeing more trolleys in these pictures. Got undergrounds there. The bicycle looks painted. I don't know. That looks painted. I don't know. I don't know. It's freaking weird, man. That looks painted. That looks painted. That looks painted. She looks painted. It's weird. That guy looks like he could be photoshopped in, but that lady looks painted. And these people look painted. This building looks like it could be painted back here. super, super weird. I hope you guys are enjoying this. If you're not, then we'll blame it on, I don't know, we'll find somebody to blame it on. To be determined. Whoever's acting up will get blamed. Somebody's always acting up. Let's see. That horse, that I don't know, that could be painted. I don't know. Something looks sketchy there. I don't know. That's kind of hard to tell, but that looks painted. Those look painted. That right there looks painted. Prism glass right there. That could be painted right there. I mean, that's a painted Fred right there. Painted Fred. I mean, in a damn picture, that looks like a painted trolley. That looks painted to me. Freaking weird. Ladder leans. This building to lease. All modern conveniences. Attorney in Forte. I can't read the rest of it. Some rednecks running down the road, if you cannot tell. That's a regular occurrence around me. They seem to think that the roads around here are their racetrack. And they're not. That looks painted. That looks painted. Jeez, look at the underground. Bet y'all weren't expecting to see this tonight. Portholes. It's just incredible. It's just dumbfounding to me. I hope y'all are about stupefied as well. Y'all are probably like, BEAGS, quit. Quit beating us with a stick, please. Good gracious, quit, please. I can't help it. It's my thing. I don't know. This is part of research, just hours and hours and hours of looking hardcore into this stuff. I mean, this is what it takes, y'all. I mean, y'all really want to get to the bottom of the answers. There's the crease or the joint right there. You can go up and follow it, which is weird because look, none of that matches. None of that matches at all, which is strange. Makes me wonder. Very odd. They look like they're painted. That trolley could be painted. My goodness. Natural laxative water. Okay. In case you need that. You gotta go, I guess. That looks painted right there. Oh, these things are so freaking weird. That trolley looks painted. That car looks odd. There's the line right there going right through poor Fred. And look how the line goes up and then cuts a 90-degree and then goes back up. And what's it cutting into? A cart. Very interesting. That's flat earth asterisks. In case you need one of those, the cut line goes all the way straight up that column right there. And look at that guy. It looks like he's not even in. What is he looking at? I don't look right. These look like they're photoshopped into this image. That's a painted car. A little painted electric car. That's what that is. prism glass right there. Huh. Absolutely stupefying. That looks like it could be painted. What's going on with this? That looks like a painting right there. I bet the comments are interesting, right? I can't do this and read the comments, but I bet y'all are really giving it hell in the chat. I mean, there's a swastika, in case you need that. That looks painted. That looks painted. That's all painted. More painting people. I mean, this is definitely the border between reality and a cartoon. You want to know why people believe the official narrative? It's images like this that created it. Look at that. Got your crease right here going straight up the building. So obviously these are two different pictures. And then look at this horse shit right here. What in the hell is going on there? Very suspect. Painted person. And you know, somebody could take these images and do a lot more research because there's a lot of data here. You got names, you got addresses, you know what street it's on, you know what street it's in, you know the date that the images were supposedly taken. Somebody could do a lot of research on this if they wanted. I mean, if you ain't got nothing better to do, you know, if you want a project, go doing some research and then make a video. I'll watch it. Send me the link. I'd say I plug you, probably give me a damn copy strike. I'll show it anyways. I don't give a damn. Son of bitches. Why are you gonna copy strike somebody when they're trying to promote your work? What do you think you live how like you're like some kind of superior fucking being that your shit don't stink? You think that once you put something out into the ether, it is no longer yours. Once you have a thought in your mind, it ain't yours no more because the ether's got it. Okay, that thought it floats right out your head. Okay, and it's in the ether. Now it might take a while for somebody to pick up on that, but when you put it on YouTube, the whole fucking world knows about it. Okay, and you have you have no copyright anymore. I know they say you ain't got copyright. You don't got copyright no more. Once it's out into the world, it's over. Your intellectual property is not yours anymore. I don't consider anything I've done to be mine. How could I? I mean, I put my name on it, but is it mine? No, I don't. It's gone. It's in the ether. I just, hope that people recognize that I've done certain things. And if they don't, then maybe I should have done a better job. Whatever. That's painted. That don't even look to scale. It does not look scaled right. Whose mansion is this? Oh, okay, the Vanderdicks. Excuse my French. Vanderbilts. And I think this gate right here is still around, if I remember correctly. They tore this house down. They had to get rid of that. It's underground and everything. Oh, my God. Hey, Derby, I seen your chat down there. I hope you're feeling good this week. Y'all send love and light to Derby. If you don't mind. Okay, finally. Good Lord, we got to the end of them. Oh, thank you. Okay. This was a note in the book that says Statement of Responsibility published by Wells and Company, 1W 34th Street, New York. Biographical Historical Fifth Avenue. Biographical Historical Fifth Avenue. The street that became the social and cultural spine of New York's elite first appeared on the commissioner's map of 1811. At that time, it was merely a country road to Yorkville, then just a tiny self-contained village. but in the proposed grid plan, it would be a grand boulevard. As the city grew and prospered, Fifth Avenue became synonymous with fashionable life, the site of mansions, cultural and social institutions, and restaurants and shops catering to the elite. In 1907, alarmed at the approach of factories, the leading merchants and residents formed the Fifth Avenue Association. The Save New York Committee became a bulwark against the wrong kind of development. Oh, okay. Love the wording there. Perhaps inspired by this contemporary movement, photographer Burton F. Wells, born 1872, used a wide-angle view camera in 1911 to document his most important street. This most important street from Washington Square to East. Washington Square north to East 93rd Street. Okay, so here we have credit given to this Wells jackhole, okay, and where's the credit to Bob Ross? I mean, I demand some fucking answers here. Where is Bob Ross's credit? Because I'm sorry, he was involved in this, and Salvador Dali and Picasso and Rembrandt and some other motherfuckers, they were in on this job. Where's their credit? Matter of fact, I think I've found the lost Rembrandts. I think I should go to auction with these. Would y'all like to place bids? Because I think I've found something. Anyways, this is a list of the merchants, residents, and blah blah blah. This is in the end of the book, and this is in the description. In my description of this video, and on the video. The description of the video, the original video, you will find these images. So you can, these are something else you can use for doing research. I'm not going to show you too much because it's something that, well, you just have to go read for yourself. But this is in the end of the book, and it gives you some detailed information, which I think is very interesting. So that being said, that is the end of my little presentation of Fifth Avenue 1911 from one end to the other, MUDDIN of that. So let's take a break, and I'm gonna go check out the little Beagle room and enjoy. Here's an oldie but goodie. So I head like a hole in this cold place.
a mystery. It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. Don't you get it?
Oh boy, that'll get your blood going. That's good shit. Anyways, hey Oz, hope you're hanging out there. Looks like you've been putting some stuff in the chat there.
Yeah, they've been pretty active today.
Cool. I'm going to take this time. I believe Streets of Tartaria is still with us in the chat, or he's at least listening. And I wanted to go and show what he's doing because he's up to some Mudflood naughtiness. And so, anyways, I'm going to start by showing kind of where this started, in a way. And this is kind of my end, but this is an animation. I'm going to show you that Ozbeast made of my Mudflood theory. Mudflood rail theory, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to show you his animation right now, and we'll go from there.
Mudflood theory by BEAGS, aka Mudflood rail theory. Steam engines and railroad tracks are old world tech. The trains and tracks which were spread across the world at the time of the Mudflood were utilized to transport the weapon used to carry out the Mudflood attacks in the early 1800s. The weapon used was a rain-making device known today as a cloudbuster, the name of which comes from Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who studied what he called orgone energy, or what is known as the aether. Reich's cloudbuster machine could be used to target a location and either clear the atmosphere of rain-making clouds or attract clouds to release rain on a targeted location to end a drought. Hoses were inserted into a local water source to amplify the orgone energy which is found in the water. The cloudbuster would then attract the water in the atmosphere into the clouds. In the Mudflood attacks, these cloudbuster rain-making weapons were used to create downpours of rain onto hills and mountains near towns and cities. The rain would sluice the dirt into mud, which would flow downhill into targeted locations, and in effect covering the lower levels of the buildings. The hills in most places would have been leveled, hence why the hills are not seen today. This is my theory in short as of this point.
Okay, so that was my little idea, and Oz did the animation on that. Thank you, Oz. Did a wonderful job on that. And that's also a larger version from the short that I released earlier. I'll release this version at some point when I get off my keister. And that leads me to my next thing that I was talking to Streets of Tartaria today. If you don't know, we try to work together behind the scenes on different things, and we have a good relationship, which I think I wish that more people had good relationships like this behind the scenes. It is very difficult to get a lot of the creators together. A lot of them are sitting on a horse that's higher than it really, should be. And so it's really difficult to get in the ring and into a personal conversation with a lot of these people. But Streets is, down to earth, and we have great ideas and conversations, and we don't agree on everything, and ain't nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But we do agree on a lot of things, and we try to work out things, and we have debates back and forth and all this and all that. That being said, I didn't know he did this. He told me today that he put out a contest on a website. And Streets, if you're still there, I ask you to put the link in the chat for what you're doing. So if you're still there, now's the time to put that link in the chat for me. If you're not there, he's supposed to send it to me, and I'll put it in the description when I get it after the show. But it's on freelancer.com, and I'm going to give you my understanding of this. I hope I explained this properly. But he has put out a contest to find a animation maker that can make GIFs of Mudflood, how the Mudflood happened. And he's not looking for right now. He's not looking for the perfect GIF. What he's looking for is the right animator. He's looking for somebody that's got the chops to do the animation needed for the animations that he would like to have made. And his idea is that he wants to make, I don't know how many animations, who knows, it could be unlimited, I don't know, but he wants to make multiple animations in order to give people a visual idea of how the mud flood could have happened from different people's points of view. Not necessarily from my point of view. He might not give a damn about my point of view, but he might want to show his point of view or someone else's point of view and show, well, this idea or that idea of how things were mud flooded or how things were covered up or different ideas. I've told him my 2 cents is that I'd like how pavement light was done animation, but that's my 2 cents. But he has this contest going on. It's only got a few days left, I think, where he is looking. He's looking for this animator. Okay, I'm rambling, but I don't know if he's in here or not. He's busy, so he may not be able to. I know he's here because anyways, I'll get it to you. But he sent me this earlier. This is some of the work that's coming in, and he wanted me to show it to you, so I'm going to show it to you. Now, there's no audio for this, from my understanding, so it's not real long. It's about 1 minute 14 seconds. I'm just going to show you this, and if you want to see it twice, let me know in the chat, and I'll just show it to you. And these are not for perfection. This isn't like full ideas. This is just looking for the animator. So anyways, he wanted me to show you this. So this is from Streets of Tartaria. Okay, that was the first time I've watched it myself, so that was really cool. That was an exclusive. That's not been seen anywhere else. So you got the first dibs on checking that out. Like I said, these are not works in progress. These are literally just people competing for the job of animation. Now there's a few days left. If you want to get in on it, I will. My understanding is that in order to go look at the website or look at this contest, you have to sign up. I think it's free to sign up on freelancer.com in order to even view the contest. And I will get the link whenever Streets decides to get off his keister and put the link in the description, or he sends it to me in email. I guess I could check my email. That would probably be something I could do. Could be a little proactive here, I guess. Maybe I've gotten it. Maybe I hadn't. I do not know. I don't think he's sent it yet. No, he hasn't sent it yet. So I don't know. if and when I get it, I'll get it to you. But that's just what's going on there. I think it's really cool. Streets is trying to find new ways of showing this to people. He showed me another project he's working on, and he did not authorize me to talk about that one, but it was really freaking cool also. So if he authorizes me to talk about that, I'll talk about that too. But I don't know. He's just got he's got some great ideas to help our community as a whole, and I just really appreciate his work. So go sub Streets of Tartaria, check him out, and let's see. Where am I? I gotta get my. Let me look at the project. Hey Oz, is there anything you wanted to add to that? Let's see. Well, I made it. I'm reading your chat messages real quick.
No, it's just good to see that he's trying to get some ideas out there, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Oz did a bang up job. He did all that for free. Like he had no whatever the animation equipment, whatever the hell you make animations with. He had none of that. He made that. I don't know. He pulled that out of his back end. I don't know how he did that, but it impressed me, and it inspired your video. Inspired Caleb to do this contest. To try to find he really wants to do some really quality animations. And another thing he said, I forgot to mention this he wants to create animations that are not for him, that are not for me, but that are for anybody to use in their videos. Like if they want to say, here's an animation that describes how I think Mudflood happened, or what I think about this Mudflood. Here's this part of the theory. Here's an animation, and anybody can use it. It will be all free to the community. So that's super cool. So he's not doing this for profit. He's doing this to better the ideas. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I don't know if I want to read comments or if I want to rant. I kind of want to rant. Okay, I'm gonna rant. Let me show you this here. I found this is a little something I found this week in my studies. Let me share the screen so you can see it. This right here, this is the official indoctrination page. But anyways, what I was wanting to show you is what's called a corbel. It's an architectural term, and that's what these little doodads here are called, which is something I didn't know, and I was wanting to know myself, and I see them constantly, and I didn't know what to call them. But these are called corbels. So I thought you guys might be interested, because, you know, these little terms like this are something that we really should learn. But this is, this is part of, exactly part of our research. But anyways, you can go do some research on that now. So I thought that was interesting. Let's see what else I might have wanted to show you. I'm gonna show you this little clip here. This has nothing to do with. This is just a little short that I saw this week that I thought was I just really thought it had a good point. That's the basic gist. So I'm gonna show you this.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. There's kids in here who don't learn like that.
Bye.
They need to learn face to face.
Bye.
You're just getting mad because I'm pointing out the obvious,
No,
and you're
because you're wasting my time.
No, I'm not wasting your time. I'm telling you what you need to do.
Get out.
You want kids to come in your class? You want them to get excited for this? You got to come in here. You got to make them excited. You want a kid to change and start doing better? You got to touch his freaking heart. Can't expect a kid to change if all you do is just tell him. You got to take this job serious. This is the future of this nation. And when you come in here, like you did last time, and make a statement about, oh, this is my paycheck, indeed it is. But this is my country's future and my education.
I respect that. Can you go outside, please?
Square but there's a limit. When I'm not bitching, but simply making an observation.
Okay, okay.
And now I will leave.
That's the youth, you know, speaking their minds. See, in school, that they teach children, and everybody learns differently, and they all want them to learn like little robots, and we ain't little robots. We all need to learn differently. And Caleb, I see you in the chat there, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, you can't teach a fellow like Caleb like that you teach other kids. He won't learn shit. But you let Caleb go learn what Caleb wants to learn in the way that Caleb wants to learn, he'll turn out a freaking Einstein. I'm just saying. So I thought that was a very good point that kid made. And that's just my 2 cents on this. Now, last week, as I'm sure all of you are aware, one of the people in our community put out a video, and it got everybody's, you know, knickers in a bunch. And a lot of people were asking me my opinion of what I thought about this video. And so, you know, I had not watched the video, so I didn't have an opinion. But I've had the time to go watch the video. I always watch this person's videos. I always have. I just had not watched this one yet. And so I didn't have, you know, when I don't have an opinion, I don't have an opinion yet. I mean, it's just, I'm not ready to give my opinion until I'm ready to give my opinion. So now I'm ready to give an opinion, and it is what it is. So as you all have probably realized, Ewar put out a video denouncing his previous work. And so I'm just going to give my 2 cents for what it's worth on what I think is going on with that. And, you know, don't take it for any more than it is. I just pulled some screenshots from his video that I thought might be interesting to make points on. So I'm just going to read what he's written here, and I'm just going to, you know, give my, you know, 2 cents on what I'm thinking here. The historical narrative surrounding mankind's technological and engineering advancement is a lie. Therefore, all historical narrative is a lie. What he's saying here is that in our community that we say, oh, well, they lied to us about this and they lied to us about that. Well, and eventually going, oh, okay, everything's a lie. And I agree with him on this. I think that he's making a very good point in this statement, that I think a lot of the history that we have actually is true in a way, that it's been changed and manipulated, and names have been changed, and the dates have been changed, and, you know, stories have been copied and pasted and multiplied, and they've written stories off of other stories, but there is historical truths mixed in there, because you know, it's like a lie. A good lie has, you know, a good bit of truth in it too. So I think what he's saying in this statement is that we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I agree with that. I think that's a very good point. And I know that's an easy part of the video, but that's where I started. So many structures show red bricks under their facades. Therefore, all architecture was constructed in red bricks. That's a good point too. Not all structures are brick, but that being said, a shit ton of them are. So, yes, it's a good point to point out that not all structures are brick, but there are so many brick buildings that people don't realize are brick buildings because they are facaded. That if they really knew how many brick buildings that there really are, it's mind-boggling to find that out. So I think this statement is correct to an extent, but I think there's more to that than stated here. Many rock formations resemble melted buildings, therefore all mountains and land masses are melted buildings. Here's where I will take a standing ovation to Ewar. Ewar, you're the fucking man, because that statement right there is what got me in a fucking shit ton of firestorm with the melt tards, because I made statements just like that, and I got fucking fried by the horseshit dumbasses in our community. So Ewar says the same damn thing right there, and I applaud you. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Kiss my ass. The letter J appears in front of many dates. This means it was the millennial reign of Jesus. That's a very good point. What he's saying here is that he doesn't believe that the letter J in front of the numbers is a proof for the millennial reign of Jesus. And I completely agree with that. I believe that the letter J was invented recently. It was not used in the past. I don't really have an answer why the letter J was on there. I'm not as concerned about the letter J as I am the letter I, because the letter I actually was used for Jesus prior to the letter J being invented. So I think there's more to flesh out there. There are many structures that are not facaded or made out of red brick, but other types of stones such as sandstone. That's very true. I have no issue with that. The only thing I can say is that I think that the buildings that are, this is just a possible opinion of mine, is that the buildings like the cathedrals and the castles, I think those are even freaking older than old. That those are like way fucking old. There's more to that, but I definitely I'm more interested in the red brick buildings. They're just more, I think, because we supposedly built those. Like, you got these old cathedrals and these old castles, and the official narrative says basically we didn't build those, that was the medieval times, I mean, but the red brick buildings, it's a whole different monkey. So that's just why I'm more interested in those. But yeah, that statement is true. So I don't have any problem with that. There are many rock formations that do not appear melted, but have deliberate formations like the basalt columns or various areas that suggest traces of grand scale mining. These basalt columns are just fascinating to me. I'm not an expert on this, but I have done a little research into the basalt columns, and I think there's a possibility of something there being that could have been like organic, like a tree or something at one time. I think that theory of thinking is very interesting. To me, that I find that very interesting and a possibility. I don't know. I haven't done huge amount of research on it, but I like that idea. So anyways, yeah, I think that's an interesting thought. The reason it is important for us to refine and nuance our argument away from hasty generalizations to a position that handles the complexity of the matter is because it can ultimately hurt us. Okay, that's the full statement. I agree with that very, very much, and that's why I did a long time a video, a ranting with BEAGS and talking about Tartaria, and how I believe Tartaria is an Elmo. So if you hadn't watched that video, I highly suggest you go watch that, because it explains how I feel about the word Tartaria. And he's talking here about generalizations And I agree with that, that when we generalize and we say everything's Tartaria and everything is melted and everything is this and everything is that, and that's generalization. And not every building is mud flooded, and not every building is melted. And I think that's a very good point. We shouldn't generalize. I get a lot of people saying that they'll ask me general questions about a building. If a building has this, is it mud flooded? And I'm like, well, I don't know what building, what city, you got to give me more than that. You have to take every building, every structure for that structure. You can't look at its neighbor. You compare something in Spain to something in Chicago. I mean, you've got to look at each location, each building separately. Every single structure has to be studied separately. You can't generalize. You can't say Chicago was mud flooded. Okay, without, that doesn't, if you say Chicago was mud flooded, we know, okay, from our standpoint, that we're not saying that every single thing in Chicago is mud flooded, but if you're looking from the outside in, from somebody that's new to the community that doesn't know what the hell you're talking about, I can understand that being an issue. Like, yeah, we need to work on the generalization thing. We need to do better there. I agree with him on that. We have fallen into the trap of writing off the entire historical narrative due to obvious lies surrounding the history of humanity's engineering capabilities. I agree. We need to not write off the historical narrative just because they have lied to us. I agree with that. I think there's more to flesh out on that engineering capabilities thing. I think that statement, I think he's off on that. I think he needs to do more research. What we have done instead is make claims that the entire narrative and all the characters that populate it are potentially fake. And yes, this is generalization. We definitely we have to take each individual historical situation separately. I mean, it all has to be studied separately. There's a lot to work out here. And he has a very good point there. I'm not agreeing. Hold tight. I'm not just agreeing with Ewar here. Just okay. Let me say this. That look, I've always enjoyed Ewar's videos, but Ewar is not the end all and be all to research. He's not right about everything. I've never felt like Ewar was right about everything. What Ewar did that was so good was he collated a lot of great ideas into one very slick video. He's a great editor. He's a great collator of data. And I didn't learn a lot from Ewar, but I liked his presentation. I didn't agree with everything he said, but I don't agree with anything anybody says. There's a lot that I don't agree with, other people on. And there's nothing wrong with that. But see, the problem is that everybody in this community, for some reason, has put Ewar on this pedestal like he was some sort of Mudflood king of the world or some shit. And I never understood it. I mean, like, he comes out with a video and everybody's posting Ewar's videos. Why are you posting Ewar's videos? Ewar has his own channels. Why are you reposting his videos? I mean, it's his videos. Why? What's the point of reposting his shit? Let him post his shit. Well, it's like you don't even know. It's like he tells you in his videos, you might not like what's coming next, and it's like nobody heeds the warning. What if you don't like what's coming next? I mean, hell, look at it. Everybody got their knickers in a bunch this past week because he comes out with this video. They're like, oh my God, like he stabbed us in the back. He's turned his back on us. Blah, 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 blah. No, you know what's happened? I'm gonna tell you like it is, y'all. Here's the deal. Ewar woke up and looked around, and he saw this research, and he says it in his video how he was blinded by the light. Okay, and I understand that, because when I first woke up, one of the things I was blinded by the light was 2012. Okay, I came across 2012. That was one of the first things that woke me up, and I was like, oh my god, 2012, you know. But see, here's the thing: within a year of waking up, I had already read 40 something books on 2012 and Mayan prophecy. 40. Okay, so when I first woke up, I had the thing of, oh, holy shit, 2012 is going to be the everything's going to flip a bitch. But after a year of researching that topic, I wasn't blinded by the light anymore, and I saw it much clearer for what it was, and it wasn't what they were trying to portray it as. The Mayans never said that. It was all speculative people monetizing on this idea, and it was all wrong. And but there was something to it. It was 2012. The prophecy of 2012 was very important. It just wasn't important in the way that Hollywood and the bookstores made it out to be. That's all. But see, I had to get I had to get out of that blinding, awakening light that Ewar was talking about. And that's what happened. He got blinded by the mud flood and the flat earth and the stuff that we research, and he made he didn't go deep into the research. He just collated this information and put out this video, and people really liked it because it was done really well. And then he's come across some new information, and it's made him second guess himself. And you know what? Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to call it like it is. This is my prediction for Ewar. Ewar is going to go through a period of time where he's going to do studying on his new way of thinking, and he's going to flip a bitch again. Okay, he's going to come back around at some point, and he's going to be better than ever. See, he's fallen in a hole. Okay, and he's tripped himself up, and it's okay, because I fell in a quick hole of 2012, and I got out of it. He's fallen in a quick hole here. That's all it is. Okay, he's making these videos before he's doing his own personal deep dive research. Okay, he's collating, and once he goes through this process that he's going through now, he's going to have a better understanding. I have a feeling he's going to come back bigger and better than ever, and he'll be back with hanging with the mudflooders, and we'll all be skipping through the poppies like everything's honky-dory. I think it's I think it's going to be okay, is what I'm saying. I think he's taken a wrong turn, and he doesn't realize it yet. It's okay. We all make wrong turns. It's okay. This research is hard. Sometimes we see things that make us second guess ourselves, and it's okay to second guess ourselves. Maybe that's exactly what he needed to do. Unfortunately, he's doing it publicly with this big platform of videos. Anyways, let's see. It's likely that a tremendous amount of it is fake. Okay, blah, blah, blah. If you ever enter a debate with a historian or professor of architecture and claim that all history prior to the 19th century is a lie, the more hasty generalizations we make, the more stupid we end up looking. I mean, I agree with that. Absolutely. We have to do better, and I totally agree with him on this. Absolutely. he's 100% correct about this. This is why I was pointing out the melt tards so much, because when the mainstream historians start coming after us and they get a hold of this melt tard research, they're gonna flip out and just decimate them. I mean, they're going to throw them so hard under the bus. I mean, it's going to reverberate through the entire community, and we're going to feel it. And I'll be honest with you, I don't want to feel their bullshit. So I'm putting my foot down before that happens and saying, no, I don't believe that shit. I ain't putting up with it. And I'm saying it now before they look stupid and make me look stupid. By association, I love a hasty generalization as much as the next fella. I made the worst hasty generalizations of them all. We see similar structures all over the world, therefore they belong to one whole unified civilization. And I see what his point is there, but I disagree. I believe there was not a kumbaya, we all skip down the road happily hand in hand and the entire world got along and patted each other on the ass kind of world. What I see is that it was a world of exchange of ideas and art and technology and spirituality, and I think that there was presence of all these different civilizations all around the world, and I think that's why you see the different forms of architecture all around the world. We see the same type of architectures all around the world. There's no debate. It's not like you see Greco-Roman architecture in Rome. No, you see it all around the world. It's not like you see Italian architecture in Italy. You see it all around the world. It's not like you see, Russian architecture in Russia. No, you see it all around the world. It's all around the world. Every bit of it is all around the world. So maybe it wasn't one civilization. No. And okay, if we're generalizing that too much, then that's wrong. But I believe there was a worldwide civilization that was very in tune with each other and very intermingled. I think we were spread out, and I don't believe that the Tartarians were I don't believe Tartarians were on every continent or anything like that. I don't believe that but I do believe that I don't believe that everywhere was Tartaria. That's not what I believe. And I've made that statement many times. I believe that Tartarians were all around the world. They had a presence all around the world. It's like the United States. We have a presence up everybody's ass around the world. It's the same thing. Same with Tartarians. They had a presence all around the world. It's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. I hope that makes sense. We see similar structures all over the world, therefore they belong to one whole. That's the same thing, I think. On not regulating the stories that indoctrinate so many minds of those amongst us, talking about the sheep. And yet we still have a tendency to do this a bit in a different way under the mindset of being awake. And, that's true. Just because we're awake doesn't mean that we're all knowing. Okay. We're just as fallible as the sheep. We have just as many flaws. It's just that we're more able to see our flaws, and we're more able to rise above our flaws. We're not perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm not even in the room with perfect. Okay. And neither are you. Let me burst your bubble. Y'all motherfuckers ain't perfect either. We're perfect in perfection. It's just we're awake and we know it. Never ever adopt the mindset that you have all the answers. I completely agree with that. Regulating claims, regurgitating claims that I had heard elsewhere and not retaining an objective, distant stance when investigating our history. Okay, if you're regurgitating someone else's claims and you're not doing your own thinking. Yeah, I agree that that's not good. You know, just because, let me throw a name out there. Just because John Levy says something doesn't mean that it's divinely inspired from God. Okay. John has no more intelligence than any of us. Okay. Yes, I know he's up on a pedestal with a 100 million cajillion subscribers, but that doesn't mean he's the all-knowing mudflooder of the world. Okay, he's just like you or me. He's just a regular guy. He just has done a really good job of his presentations. People like him. It doesn't hurt that he's a handsome fellow. I mean, you know, that does something. People like following a fella that's good looking. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But it doesn't mean that he's perfect. He's not perfect. I'm not perfect. Okay? But we shouldn't regurgitate things just because we hear it or it comes from a person that we feel is the end all and be all, or our favorite creator or favorite mudflooder or favorite researcher, that we still have to do our own research. You know, just because I sat there and showed you for God knows how long, you know, photoshopped images of New York in 1911 doesn't mean you don't need to go out there and do your own damn research and make up your own damn mind. Taking something at face value and then gone on to echo this information elsewhere and not test the information's validity or apply critical thinking to its claims. I agree with that. We all get it wrong sometimes. I agree with that. Okay, here he's talking about the I forget the name of the church. I know I have got more on this. But, this is that church that he was talking about where he found the book and it changed his whole thinking about everything. And I'm going to tell you right now that it would be very easy to Photoshop these images. I see no reason that these can't be manipulated in that way, number one. Number two, just because they're scaffolding doesn't mean they're building. Number three, anything before 1945 is suspect to me because I believe there is something going on that is above our pay grade. We don't know what it is. We're not ready for it. And when we find out, we're probably going to be really pissed off. But that's just my opinion. Construction, this could be, here's another thing. This could be a construction photo of this building, yet that doesn't mean that it's a construction photo of this building in the 20th century. How do you know that this picture was taken in the 20th century? Where's your proof of that? You don't know that. This could be a found picture. Just saying. I mean, does that not look vanilla skied? If so, why is it vanilla skied? It would be very easy to Photoshop those buildings into the picture. Look, just because you got construction photos doesn't mean there's construction or that that construction happened when it was said, or it doesn't mean that they weren't adding things to something that was already there. What I'm saying here is, Ewar, and by the way, Ewar, if you're out there listening, I doubt you are. You probably had no fucking clue who I am, and ain't nothing wrong with that. That's fine. That's cool. I'm just a little, country beagle here. But if you're out there, you're listening, you want to come on and talk, you're open to come on to the show anytime. Hit me up on email. You're more than welcome to come and speak your mind. You don't have to show your face or nothing, because I know you like to stay behind. And that's another thing. Everybody giving Ewar shit because he doesn't show his face. I don't remember the count now. I think I counted it up one time. I think I did like around 75 videos before I showed my face. Okay. Jared Boosters has never shown his face. Mind Unveiled doesn't show their face. Conspiracy R Us doesn't show their face. The list goes on and on. Just because someone doesn't show their face does not take away from their research. So that's a horseshit argument from people. Just saying. Just because there is a lack of photographic evidence for 1840 does not mean a nation's people did not build these structures. That's true. That's true. But I think you need to dig deeper, Ewar. I think you're. I think you need to do the deep research. Just give it time. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and don't look at one structure. Just because you found one book does not. You haven't closed the case here. Believe me, you're not even remotely in the neighborhood of closing the case. I would start at square one. Just start over, and I think you'll find things are a little bit differently than you have figured them out to be. Have we looked into the history of these structures enough to make any kind of assertion that an entirely different people and society built them? Well, I mean, where did the bricks come from? Yes, I think we have. I think we can't prove where any of the, where did the massive amounts of bricks get made for all the buildings, all the walls, all the roads, all the star forts, all the homes, okay, all the whatever that was built with bricks. Where were all the bricks made? I don't care who built the building. I don't care who transported it. Who made the bricks? Because if you haven't studied brick making in the 19th century, then you need to just stop what you're doing and go do the research, because until you understand how fucking hard it is to make a fucking brick in the 19th century, you don't know dick. Start there. Has your investigative pursuit become so stagnant, lazy, and selective that you find yourself deliberately ignoring instances such as the construction of Liverpool Cathedral? No. I don't feel stagnant at all. I feel like I'm making progress. Just me personally. Tartaria's history as a nation and peoples, Tartaria's history as a nation and peoples is important and intertwined into the larger historical story of the Middle Ages, but it is not the sole answer. Yeah, okay, I agree. Yeah, but that's what we have right now. If we stumble across more, then I'm sure we'll be talking about that too. So that statement really doesn't do much for me. But drowning an entire nation's, let alone the entire world's history in Tartarian ink has the potential to be very damaging. I agree with that. We need to be clear about Tartaria. We understand we say Tartaria because it's the we have to call it something. I don't care if y'all want to call it Dingleberry, the civilization of Dingleberries. If you want to call it that, and we all agree that we're going to call it the civilization of Dingleberries, I'm fucking on board. Sign me up. I'll make a fucking t-shirt and we'll go skipping down the road talking about the civilization of Dingleberry. That's fine with me. But right now, we call it Tartaria. That's what we got. We have to use it. We have to know. We have to have a way to tell people. We have to have a way to communicate. If we say old world, it doesn't work because people think of Europe. That's what I think of. Y'all might think of something else. That's what I think of. We have to have a word. Okay. That's the word we got right now. Now we have to be clear about why we're using that word. Yes, I think that's very important. Well, we got to have a word. Unless y'all want to change it to civilization of Dingleberry, I'm on board. It's more of a placeholder, just a word we use to describe these kinds of structures. Yeah, I agree. That's what it is. It's something to freaking call it. We got to have something. It is an attempt to cling onto an incorrect and potentially damaging argument and redesignate it as having some kind of worth or usefulness, which it does not. I hate this text he's using. Like I said, we have to have, I know it's incorrect. And yes, it's potentially damaging, but we have to call it something, people. Ewar, you're gonna have to let that one go. I see your argument, but I disagree, because unless you're gonna come up with a word that we can all agree on, shut the fuck up. This kind of hasty generalization and linguistic suggestiveness of a unified civilization has the potential to be so damaging. It has the potential, but then again, you know, a lot of things have the potential to be damaging, you know? I mean, live a little. Come on. A reset as if there was just one. I agree with that. I believe there were many resets. Absolutely. I do believe that the mud flood that we're focusing on happened in the early 1800s. That's just my opinion. I can't prove it. It's just my thinking at this point. I believe there were many resets in different forms. And yes, I believe that one of the resets, or many of the resets in the past, have been melted. That they've melted the shit out of things. But going around saying everything is melted is horseshit. Not everything's melted. Not everything's mud flooded. The mud, as if it was just one isolated incident or cataclysm. Were there multiple mud floods in different locations? Possibly. It's possible. I have wondered myself if maybe the mud flood happened in different times in let's say Europe, for example. Because here's my thinking on that is that, you know, we came from that area. So it's like almost like it kind of in a way would I could see the possibility of the mud flood over there happening at an earlier time, a much earlier time even, and that the North American continent was off limits to us, that we were not told it was there because it wasn't, you know, I don't know. But again, I don't know. It's a possibility. I guess I could leave it at that. There's so many unknowns to this thing. I'd leave it at a possibility. Yeah, I think it needs to be looked at. Yeah. Let's see. I forget what he's saying here. This is, let me see. It has something to do with this. That's why many used to, okay. He's talking about, what he's saying here is that, basically we can talk about this stuff on, say, YouTube, because, what he's trying to say is that when you're talking about flat earth, that you get the flat earth context box on your video, and we all know that happens. It's absolute horseshit to be labeled. It's a fucking Jewish star on a Jew is what it is. It's like, here they're branding you. Okay, look, conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? It's like Jew, you know. That's exactly what that shit is. That's fascism right there. That's what that is. What you're looking at, fascism. Okay? But what he's saying in this statement is that because we don't get a context box for Tartaria and Mudflood, that it means that it's bullshit. No, my friend. No. They didn't come out with the context box for flat earth in the beginning. Okay. That came later. Okay. Mudflood and Tartaria are new. Okay. These are very new concepts. We're talking what, 2017, some shit. Okay. They've been talking about flat earth for a long fucking time. Okay. So we're not in, look, when you say flat earth, okay, you know immediately what the fuck I'm talking about, right? But when I tell you Tartaria, most people ain't got a clue what you're talking about. When you say Mudflood, same thing, not a clue. Okay, so they don't need to give us a context box. Okay, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then we win. We don't get a context box yet, but we may soon. Just wait. But the awakened narrative that deals with the alternative history never got any of these, did it? Exactly what I just said. Why? Because the approach is weak and cannot take on his story, the official story. It provides no challenges or pressure. I completely disagree. Completely. You'll see. See, this is, like I said, this is where they ignore us, okay? And next they're going to laugh at us. And that's where, you know, we need to be really careful, because, you know, any horseshit narratives we got going, that's where we're going to get attacked. Made claims that the vast amount of 19th century and even 20th century construction photos are photoshopped and faked. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Hold on. All right. Photoshopped and faked. Okay. All righty. This one's a proof of vanilla sky. So you can see where it's cut out. You can see where the negative is cut out right there. You can see the little hazy part around there where they've cut out the image. Okay. Okay, this one is vanilla skied. And so you can see that. Another thing you can see is that it has lines going down here. These are like trolley lines or electrical lines, and they have been photoshopped out of they've been cut out of the image. Okay. So that's a manipulated photo. What do we got here? We got, you can see where it was cut out on the negative for vanilla sky. Okay, if you look through here, you can see where the vanilla sky is here, and this is not where it was cut out. So this is what it looked like originally. So there is proof of photo manipulation. Okay. All right. Moving on. There is a photograph that is in the process of being cut out for cut and paste photo manipulation. What are we going to find? Let's see. Here is, you can see right here where it has been painted and cut out at the same time. Right here, right here. You can see where a building was here and it was cut out. All right. Okay. There's Photoshop where it's been, not Photoshop, but where it's been cut out for vanilla sky. It's been cut around here, going up here. Okay, going up there, going up there, going up there. Photoshop. Okay. This is, you know, old. This is old school Photoshop in here. This isn't done with a computer. This is done with a knife. Okay, you see it's cut off the building there. Blah blah blah. All right. What else we got? Let me see. Okay, here's another interesting right here. You can see where they've scratched out some phone poles. That is photo manipulation. Okay. Okay, here's a painted photo of painted photograph. If you look around, it's been if you can see what's I'm showing you what. Okay. Right here, this is see, it's been painted in. That's painted on a photograph. So that's photoshopped painting. More, it's all painted right here, all painted. Painted, that's proof positive, 100% painted car right there. real car, real horse. That's Fred, Horse Built America, another painted car. This is, you can see the road goes here and then it's painted in right here. Okay. We looked at these earlier. Don't need to show you those again. You probably revolt on me. You can see vanilla skying here. And there you can see the original had a tree right here, and then it's been vanilla skied out. Okay, see that? Okay. All right, what else we got? Okay, here's a line that's been scratched out to hide the line, the electrical line or something going up here. And they've totally scratched out something right there. They've scratched out right here for some reason. Okay. What do we got? Okay, they have painted right here. They've spliced in right here, spliced up the building. We saw a lot of this earlier in the video tonight, in tonight's show. They have painted some lines out right here and painted the windows right here. They have painted some of the sky right here. I don't know if you can see this. Hopefully can. I've shown these pictures in other videos. They vanilla skied the building right there. You can see they've cut off some of the building. Okay, more painting right here. It's been cut and pasted right here. Right here, they've removed a moon tower in Detroit. This is a moon tower that's been scratched out. See, it's been completely gone. It goes way up in the air. It's been vanilla skied. As you can tell, you got the trees and then vanilla sky. You got whole buildings missing here. You've got lines that have been scratched out right here and here and here and here and here. And it's been vanilla skied there, vanilla skied here, vanilla skied there, vanilla skied there, vanilla skied there, blah, 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 on and on and on and on and on and on. And this has been vanilla skied right here. And you can see they did a real bad job of vanilla skying right there. Vanilla sky. I'm getting tired of saying vanilla sky. Let's see if there's anything I'm not seeing much else. This has been vanilla skied. Okay, see how it's going up there, blah, 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 on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And look like they cut off a flagpole right here, it looks like. And vanilla skying around there. See where they've missed out at their fencing right here, vanilla skied it out. Vanilla sky, got vanilla skied trees. And I've got lines here that have been vanilla sky or scratched out there. There's another one there, another one there, another one there, another one there. On and on and on and on and on. And here we go. What else we got? Okay. You can see vanilla skying here in the trees. I can see that vanilla sky right here where it's been cut out. The whole thing's vanilla sky. It's just sometimes they don't do as good a job as they should have. And you can see it some there, and you can see some there, and there, and there, and there. You can see through here where the vanilla sky wasn't done in between. They might have even messed this up some. That doesn't look right. Didn't get vanilla skied inside there. On and 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 on, blah, blah, blah. And more vanilla sky right here. You could tell the whole thing's vanilla skied, but you know, oh, let's see. What else? There's a line here that's been vanilla skied out. I think that might be all on that one. Oh boy, what's on this one? I'll put it in here. Oh, okay. There's a painted image. They've painted that. There's a painted lady. The bottom of this is painted. Those are painted. Those ladies are painted. Those ladies are painted there. Trained. All this here is painted. Good grief. More painting over here. They've painted post. Okay. They've got lines that have been scratched out there. The picture's been vanilla skied. They got a pole that's been vanilla skied out. They cut it off at the roof. I've said this in my video when I showed this originally. It looks like they cut the roof off this. Like, it doesn't look right to me. Looks like there was something right here. More vanilla sky. You can see through the trees, been vanilla skied. Up against the building, vanilla sky, more vanilla sky. On and on and on. Photo manipulation, blah, blah, blah. There's painted clouds. More painted clouds. It's been piecemealed together right here. Painted lines there. I might have shown this picture already. Okay, so that's that. My point there is that Ewar is saying that made claims that a vast amount of 19th century and 20th century construction photos are photoshopped and faked. Well, there's your fucking proof. Do your homework. Ewar is not the end all and be all, y'all. I mean, okay, I ain't never said that before because I've always enjoyed his work. But if he's gonna shit on us, then fire back. And to be honest, given the amount of deception we are subjected to, a claim like this is not that absurd. But can anyone provide hard evidence or support the claim? Well, see previous pictures I just showed. Can we demonstrate properly that these images are indeed faked or have been photoshopped like some have claimed? Please see pictures I've just shown. Can we make a case for them being staged photographs, that there are big visual omissions and absences in regard to the means in which these constructions were actually constructed and how the materials for their construction were procured and prepared? Yes, study bricks. Just study bricks. You ain't got to do shit else. Don't even study Tartaria. Don't study Mudflood winters. Don't study shit. Just study bricks. Ewar, study bricks. Come back, see me. Dismissing all photographic evidence as fake or photoshopped and arguing that these structures were already here is cherry-picking evidence to support the fallacious premature generalization. Or they actually did Photoshop some shit, and maybe you need to do more research. Is that the dating attached to these constructions of many? Is that the dating attached to the construction of many structures post 1100s is generally correct? I believe the dating you see on these buildings is probably all horseshit. Just my opinion. James W. Okay, he's saying that these are the people he took his research from. James W. Lee, no freaking clue who that is. Don't care. Marcia Ramal, whoever the hell that is, no clue who that is. John Levy, Martin Liedtke. Okay, no, nothing needs to be said there. We all know who the hell they are. Okay, and why are you bowing down at the altar of these people like they're the end all and be all? Do your own research, man. I mean, I know that you collate the ideas into wonderful slick videos, but do your own fucking research. You're a good researcher. Show us what you can do. I reiterated an argument that others before me made. Well, again, do your own damn research. The aether played a primary role in the relationship between architecture and energy. You know, I was awake 14 years ago to free energy. I knew all about that shit. And so when I was learning that the buildings were using free energy in this situation in the old world, that it was like a no-brainer. It was like, well, yeah, that makes perfect fucking sense. So yeah, I definitely think that that's true, without a single piece of sufficient evidence to back it up. Okay, buddy, go study bricks. Again, bricks can be used as batteries. What are the buildings made of? Bricks. Excuse me, most of the buildings are made of bricks. Let me not generalize. And yet I go and rush in and talk about aether as if I had just activated Salisbury Cathedral spire. Okay, again, do your own thinking. Okay, you know, I believe that there is, you know, aether, and I believe there is free energy, and I believe that it was used, and when we took over, or we attacked the old world, that we screwed up the systems in the attack. I think we screwed up, or we didn't know how to use it, or we blew it up, or we overloaded, or something. We did something that, or it's even possible that this still works and they're just selling us energy that they get for free. That's a very strong possibility. And if that is ever found out to be true, there will be revolution tomorrow. The concept of aether is about the concept of aether is about as elusive as problematic as the concept of gravity. That's debatable, but I think there's quite a bit more evidence for aether than there is gravity. But that's me personal opinion and thinking. Do your own thinking. And I'm not saying aether doesn't exist and civilization in our history did not understand or harness it. We'll see. Now we're cooking with gas. On the contrary, I believe it does exist, but believing is not evidencing. Okay. I can get behind that. So go do some research and make a freaking video and get back on track, Ewar. Aether is problematic, and instead of offering us more routes into the understanding architecture's potentially lost history, it actually closes a big door firmly in our face. I don't agree with that. Aether is problematic, and instead of offering us more routes in the understanding architecture's potentiality, potentially lost history, it actually closes a door. No, it swings it wide the fuck open and kicks it down. It fucking it battle rams the fucking door. What are you talking about? God, can anyone provide evidence between the aether and its connection to architecture? Bricks. How many times I gotta say bricks? Excuse me, I've done gone crazy. I'm hitting buttons. Aether is just one theoretical way of approaching these structures. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think that these structures had a whole lot of shit going on. Yeah, I can get behind that. The concept of aether does not play a role in the story of the Gothic and Middle Ages, and we cannot dismiss it as complete baggage just yet. The concept of aether does not play a role in the story of the Gothic and Middle Ages, and we cannot dismiss it as complete baggage just yet. I'm not exactly sure what he's saying there. If he's saying that aether doesn't have anything to do with Gothic and Middle Ages buildings, I disagree with that completely. If that's what he's saying, I'm not sure what he's saying there. I might be misinterpreting that. Aether in architecture remains an unproven theory. I don't believe. Okay, I believe it. Maybe not proven, but I believe there is some seriously hard evidence coming out, and you need to do deeper research on that too vague a concept to work with evidencing a connection between architecture and energy. The evidence on this matter needs to be more tangible than a concept such as aether. Ewar, please do some research. That's my advice. The aether architecture theory has become a wild, fantastical claim of which I have contributed toward. Okay, well, if you pushed something that you didn't do the research on and you don't believe in yourself, that's on you. Okay. I would go do the research, and then you can come back and tell people some real shit instead of, like I said, regurgitating. As it's now hindering our progress. I hate this text he's using. It just drives my eyes batty. I will be dropping this theory right here and pursuing different routes and investigating potential hidden mysteries of architecture. That's great. The only problem is that you're going to come back, because guess where it leads? Right back where you are. Is the architecture actively involved in producing energy, or is it just a space to hold the lights? Okay, that's a good point. I do not believe that the architecture in these photographs is involved, as he's saying, in the production of the energy. I believe what you're seeing in these pictures is knob and tube wiring with incandescent lights. I believe that they were I don't have the proof for this. My personal thinking is that the trolley parks, for example, were used as a kind of like a perpetual motion machine for aether. And basically, if you look at the rides are always in this perpetual circling motion, that they always go around and around and around in different ways, but it's like they're always kind of a loop. They're always, it doesn't matter what it is, a roller coaster, it's always going around on a loop, or say the horse ride, where you ride down the hill on the horses. The horse rides down the hill, but then it loops back around to the top. It's always around in a loop. It's like it's continually moving, and maybe that has something to do with the production of aether. Or maybe, I'm just thinking out of the box, thinking out loud. How when you have a solar panel system and it collects the energy, and then you collect too much for your batteries, and you have to sell it back to the power company. What if the trolley parks were a place where they used extra energy that was produced? It was a way to use up the overflow energy. I don't know, just an idea. Mercury vapor powering the illumination ? Radium ? Behind the scenes steam powered Tesla coil ? I don't know. Do some research. Let us know. Look, I'm not giving up on you, Ewar. I think you've tripped in a hole and stuck your head up your ass. Just pull your head out of your ass and do some research and come back and do some work. Get back on the horse, man. You've just fallen off. Hell, man, we all fall off the horse sometimes. Hell, I fell off the horse recently. I stumbled over a whole pack of dumbasses, and I fell off the horse. It happens. Shit happens. Get back on the horse, Ewar. We're counting on you. Our evidence that we have been lied to about the development of electromagnetic energy and alternative means of producing it. I don't know. Do some research. They do not, however, suffice as proof of a hidden connection between energy and architecture itself. No. But maybe there's some evidence of that. Do some research. It is more realistic that the structures we see here in the Illuminated Worlds Fair actually played more of a passive role, much like the contemporary illuminations we see in our cities and fairs. It is more realistic that the structures we see here in the illuminated world sphere actually played a more of a passive role. Basically, he's saying that the lights that you see at the World's Fair and the trolley parks are lights. Duh. I agree with that. That's what they are. I don't have any problem with the lights being just lights. Hey, we're in the middle of some very important ranting here, so hush and shut the fuck up. Look, excuse me, Chihuahua went a little nutty. I know, I love you too. But look, here's the thing. The lights are lights, okay? I ain't got any problem with that. It's what's producing, it's what's powering those lights that I'm interested in. Lights is just pretty. The lie here is the means in which the electricity was produced, not the connection between the architecture and energy. I agree with that. If someone presents a theory, then it needs to be evaluated properly. If someone presents a theory, then it needs to be evaluated properly. Does it generalize too much? Melted buildings. Does it make excuses or ignore counter arguments or evidence? Melted buildings. Does it rely on fantastical claims without much factual or demonstrable evidence? Cobblestone roads. And remember, resemblance does not count as primary evidence. It can only support evidence in a supplementary way. Yes, I mean, not everything is a mud fossil. Not everything is a melted building. Not as everything is a mud flood. You know, not everything is running on aether. You know, generalizations, yes, definitely. And when you have a question for someone and you go and say, hey, you know, I'm not sure if I get this, or I kind of disagree with this, or what do you think about this? And they throw up that brick wall and they won't answer any questions, or they delete your comment, or they say, no, you need to go watch my video. It explains everything. Then you know they're bullshit. Watch out for that. It may look like a magnet or a portal, but that does not mean it was one or ever acted like one. You know, I can get behind that statement. You know, a lot of people are saying that this is a magnet. I think a lot of research could be done there. I'm not the person to do it, but yeah, I think more needs to be done there. And less generalization on that. Yeah. We'll refer to it frequently as a point of engagement. Not everything in it is a complete dead end. I think that speaks for itself. One World Tartarians marks out. I agree with that as both a theory and adjective. Like I said, watch my rant on Tartaria. Is an Elmo. It's an older video. Actually, it's an older video, but I had to repost it. So it's not too far. Anyways, it's on YouTube. So go and check that out. And see what you think there. And let me see here. This is that Liverpool Cathedral. These got his britches all in a bunch about. And there's just pictures I just quickly grabbed just to see. This looks vanilla skied here. Right here looks vanilla skied. That's vanilla skied. This guy right here, this wood and this guy right here, all right here looks like it's photoshopped into me. That's not proof that it's photoshopped. It has that weird look. You know, what's up with this building right here? You know, something strange there. I'm just seeing some kind of red flags. These are supposed to be construction photos. You know, just because you put scaffolding up on something doesn't mean that, you know, it is actually construction. Just could mean that it was a building that they found that was halfway through construction, and they just kept building on it. This is not proof. This is not proof. Repeat, this is not fucking proof that this guy is chiseling this piece of stone. This is zero proof of this guy chiseling stone. Zero. Show me a film of this guy chiseling this entire stone, not just him banging on the stone for 30 seconds, and then we'll talk. That's not proof. Okay, you got all these guys are all around with these blocks, and everybody's doing their little bit here. Okay, but how are they getting that big ass block to that table? And then how are they getting it from that table to wherever it's going? They ain't lifting that. Recently I moved a lot of car parts. I got hired I do odd jobs. Okay. I get all kinds of crazy jobs. Okay. It's just my thing. It's what I do. Okay. And I moved, I don't know how many engines. Okay. If you've never moved an engine, you don't know how heavy them son of a bitches are. Okay. They're freaking heavy. Okay. And I'm telling you, these people, they're not moving these blocks easily. So, this photograph, saying that, oh, this is them chiseling the masons, that's not, no, that could just literally be guys standing there in aprons looking like they're chiseling. There's no proof there. Just saying. This is definitely vanilla skies. You can see the where they trimmed it out here. I don't know if you guys can see this as I can, but right here you see the telltale signs of where it was vanilla skied. Right there on the edge, you can see the vanilla sky, even though it's a bad photo. If you see that weirdness around the building, and then you don't see nothing in the background, you're dealing with vanilla sky. So why are they vanilla skying that? You're saying that these are, 100%, proof positive that we built this. Man, you're gonna have to do better, Ewar. Look, Ewar, I expect better out of you, and I'm not giving up on you. I believe you have a future. I believe that you're going to put out videos in the future, and I believe you're going to come back and you're gonna say, okay, guys, okay, I effed up. Okay, I see now. I see where I made my wrong turn. I'm sorry. I'm back with you. And you know what, Ewar, we're gonna forgive you. Okay, we don't know who the hell you are, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. Okay, I get that. When I first started this, I didn't want nothing to do with I didn't want to be no YouTube personality. Matter of fact, I even tried it later, doing the whole being on the video and all that. And honestly, it just, I hated it. It's not who I am. I don't like it. It's annoying. I don't care if you see me or not. I just do not care about it. Here's some more photoshopped image in the background. You can see it clearly, and you can even see it in between the pieces here in the sky, in that in that scaffolding there or whatever that is. You can see the vanilla sky here. So these are supposed construction photo. Okay, how do we know these photographs were not just found? I believe they had photography in the old world. So to find them, this is supposedly a bell from the church. I mean, how the hell are they moving a bell that damn big? I don't know. This is down in the they've dug it out for some reason. I mean, what the hell is this about? I don't even know what the hell's going on here, Here's another quote unquote construction photo, and you got clearly it's been vanilla skied. Why do you need to vanilla sky it? If it's such a historical photograph, why do you need to vanilla sky it? And then I'm looking at it's like, you know, I'm looking at, look at these people. You know, I mean, do they look like they built that? I mean, look at the quality of that. When's the last time you saw a contractor? Mr. Contractor, can you build that, Mr. Contractor? Mr. Contractor, come on now. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Give me a quote on that, Mr. Contractor. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at here. I don't know. There's just images that came up when I searched for that. Okay, that's enough of that. And you know, this is just kind of how I feel about, you know, that we built that, you know, Liverpool Cathedral.
I'll believe that when my shit turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet.
Or this.
Sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
Are you like a crazy person?
So it's kind of like that. So let me see. Let me figure out where I am at in this world, because I have lost my way. I am going to let me take a break for a quick hot second. And I know what I want to do. I'm going to show you something. I'm not going to say jack nibble crap about it. Watch it, enjoy it, and it's going to be what it is. I'm not going to say shit about it. Don't say shit about it. Just watch it, enjoy it. Don't tell anybody you ever saw it. And that's just that. Okay, you understand? Okay, wait a minute. Let me. Okay, let's see. Let me get it going here. Oh boy. Okay. All right, here we go. Let me mute my.
Hello, we're in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, standing in front of a landmark building that needs a lot of work. The property is on the market for $22 million, and the interior has been completely gutted. Before this property was gutted, a couple basically treated it as their labor of love and spent 18 years restoring the property to its original condition. It had 8 bedrooms, 9.5 bathrooms, and a lot of space for entertaining. There is a stark contrast between the exterior and the limestone facade that is very well preserved because it's landmarks, and the interior that we're going to see inside. It's a French Renaissance. Hello, we're in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, standing in front of a landmark building that needs a lot of work. The property is on the market for $22 million, and the interior has been completely gutted. Before this property was gutted, a couple basically treated it as their labor of love and spent 18 years restoring the property to its original condition. It had 8 bedrooms, 9.5 bathrooms, and a lot of space for entertaining. There is a stark contrast between the exterior and the limestone facade that is very well preserved because it's landmarks, and the interior that we're going to see inside. It's a French Renaissance exterior and mansion. Industrialists in the US at the time were looking towards European castles and influences to build their prime neighborhoods. This limestone facade is very interesting because it has a lot of ornate and intricate details. As you can see, it's got turrets on either side near the roof, a curb on the top. We have a lot of fleur-de-lis details, which are obviously an ode to France. Carving such detail on limestone is expensive, and obviously this was meant to be high-end for the original mansion. It's very, very well preserved considering how old it is. Oftentimes, facades also need a good wash. They're like us, we wash our face in the morning. Facades need a wash now and then too. And that can do wonders for the look and feel of the property. In this facade specifically, we also have the wraparound terrace that provides like a completely different look from the mansions of the era. So the architect, Gilbert, really like spent some time trying to elude the grandeur of the French style at the time. Not only is it expensive to restore a facade of this type, it's very hard to find the companies that are able to do it in New York City right now. A normal brownstone restoration would cost around $100,000. This restoration would cost at least 3 times as much as a normal brownstone restoration. In New York City, when you have buildings in disrepair, oftentimes you have to scaffold the property to make sure that everybody that is walking up and down the sidewalk is protected. The current owner did a lot of structural work. We have to have this scaffolding. You see a depth in the different layers of limestone work that are very, very intricate. And you also can see the frame of the original door. Let's go inside and take a look at the other original details that remain. As you can see, the property has been completely gutted. The reason why the entrance is to the side is so that you can have a larger space in order to entertain, or so you can have a big reception. So there's a lot of steel beams that you're going to see that are holding up the original structure. Things that we would not consider to be structural are structural in a very old property like this one. So for example, if we look at the photos, the marble staircase that was not only ornate and beautiful might have played a role in being a spinal cord, in keeping up like the property in its shape. Originally, this parlor floor would have been a grand floor. Anybody that restores or renovates it will again give it that use. So now we have gone underneath the basement level, and this is the area where the current owner spent a lot of his investment. And this is also the reason why we see steel across all the other floors throughout the property. Manhattan is a tiny little island, and there's a lot of coveted real estate. When there is no option to go up, developers or people that are looking to expand their footprint decide to go down. In this instance, the aim was to have a swimming pool and a basketball court indoors, which would definitely provide the new owner the flexibility they need to do the sports. However, it came at a hefty price tag. We're on the second floor of the property. You will notice at the back here, we start to see the grand staircase. We can also notice what we're missing, that grand marble staircase that brought us into this floor. So there's a beautiful banister there with a lot of intricate detail, definitely handmade. The craftsmanship mirrors the facade and mirrors the opulence that the property used to have. Another interesting feature that we can see here is the plaster work, which would have been underneath the entire staircase. Some of that is going into the third floor already. Whenever we encounter staircases, we're in a little bit of a dilemma. Sometimes staircases are lopsided and cannot be kept. At that point, we decide, do we restore, do we replicate, do we ditch? The restoration of a staircase like this would be very intricate. However, this staircase is mahogany. It's a very hard wood, very common at the time. You could probably have kept it for another 100 years. Oftentimes with these properties, the main issue that we have is how to light such a space. The intention of the architect is to have like that grand bay window, also to have drawn light from the back wall. We see here a lot of the brickwork that was original. You can see by the color of the bricks, they're very, very old. The material that was used to join the bricks turns into ash. My bet is that a lot of that happened in the property here because there's a lot of new brickwork across the different floors. So if I had all the money and all the time in the world, I would get the best restorers. I would totally geek out and find those companies in Brooklyn or even in Europe that would be able to help me bring this property back to its original condition. Basically, look at the original layout and make space for rooms and create the ornate detail that this house merits and it's absolutely craving and shouting for. It needs love, it needs attention. I would subdivide this room, which I believe originally had a beautiful bronze door. I would create a beautiful family room here, a space to hang out and look onto the river, a space to be together. We've seen the public area of the house where people used to entertain, where they used to hang out with their families, but we're now going to take a closer look at the upstairs, the more private area for the family. Let's take a walk upstairs. In this room, we have the construction office. Every building site has an office. Therefore, you're going to see a lot of the plans and a lot of the things that the builders need to build. No shame in that. Original wood flooring, very typical of New York City, with a very straight bicolor border and a herringbone inlay. Quite possibly cherry wood. Other lower end properties used pine. It was still a different quality of pine than what we find right now, and definitely very beautiful. But cherry was sort of the higher end material that used to be used for flooring. Interestingly, we also have the detailing around the fireplace, which gives us an idea of the scale and the grandeur of the mantelpieces that this house had. Function and form. The fireplaces were used to heat up the property, so you can see that you have that black, veiny, beautiful, more than 100-year-old marble that also helped with the fire stopping, right? And to be able to keep the fire going because these were working fires. If you look at this like element here in the fire mantle, it actually makes you think of a coat of arms, right? It speaks to that French Renaissance era where Americans were looking to bring all that culture from Europe. This wall is temporary. You would at least want to mirror the proportion on either side of the fireplace. So you would be looking at having a much larger room here, definitely more grandeur. Another interesting thing that we find in this construction office is detailing or remnants of the coffered ceiling, which can definitely, again, be replicated. Recreating a coffered ceiling is an art form. The pieces have to be cast and then they have to be molded, as it were, to the original ceiling. Alternatively, this piece is a rosetta. And so if you see the hole, you would imagine it in the middle of a room and you would have a light fixture hanging from it, perhaps to the unexpert's eye, as if it was original. A very exciting highlight of today is being able to find this cross-section where we can actually see how people used to build at the time. We're able to see the original brick, a thinner stud than what we use right now. A type of material that was used as concrete is basically interlaced with these little pieces of timber, the layers that basically keep the plaster in place. And a very interesting element of the time is that plaster used to be mixed with horsehair, which basically helps the elements like keep together. This technique is used currently in adobe, for example, where you have clay and you keep it together with like some sort of like hay. This is all building up to the beautiful trim that was probably manufactured in a mill shop, but that is definitely handmade. Some of these pieces are different. It's a subtle difference, but still it's like super intricate work. In this bay window, we can see what the actual windows would have looked like. And a very important element that we see here are the grills. These grills would have been custom made and something that could be replicated. We would also have to have them made custom as well. You can see the ornate details, again, that speak to the architectural language of the bay window. Architectural grills cannot be overlooked when you're trying to get a cohesive look. And definitely if you're thorough about doing a high-end renovation, it's the details that matter. So you always want to have an architectural grill that speaks to the era and that also blends into the design of the millwork. Light is a beautiful material. It is not an element. It's actually an architectural material, as intangible as it might be. And this is a beautiful example of what light can do to a property. because we can see like the ornate detail in the balustrade change from like super baroque and super heavy and like beautifully constructed into some delicate Doric columns. As we move from the public to the private, we're simplifying the use of the space. So the ornament is not there to impress. Even in a mansion in the Upper West Side of New York City, people were conscious about their budget. So probably the family and the architect wanted to spend less money in the private area. And therefore you see a stark contrast between the ornamentation of the balustrade in the public area and the private area. And now we're going into the private. Another beautiful thing that we can see in terms of construction at the time is the ceilings. A lot of the beams basically have an interconnection with what is called a crisscross. And the crisscross was basically a structural support that allowed the preservation of the beams. Otherwise, it would get bent or would subside. It was actually quite a smart solution. We definitely don't use it anymore, but it's beautiful to see how this crisscross was integrated into the structure of the property. The fourth floor has a different layout because right here on this floor, we have the balcony that the architect created. So let's take a look. The architect had the brilliant idea of building a balcony, which is very unusual for these kinds of properties. Because of this balcony, we're now able to zoom into the details of the limestone facade, and we can talk a little bit more about what it would be like to restore. We would like to clean up the areas that don't need so much work, but we would definitely need to replicate some of the pieces that are destroyed. Everything suffers from wear and tear, particularly in exteriors. And even though this facade is in excellent condition, it would still require quite a lot of work. If we were to replicate a piece, we would very carefully have to separate it from the facade, take it to a shop, and then recreate it and reinstall it. Hence the point of a restoration of a facade of this type being way more expensive than a traditional brownstone restoration. And it's very obvious if we look at this facade up close, why landmarks would definitely want this property preserved. If we look at the entry downstairs, we will see that the detailing of the facade also changes. We have gargoyles at the bottom, and we have little cherubs and angels at the top. So I think it's also very interesting and playful how the architect decided to use different elements in different floors of the house. It seems to be a running theme. So we made it to the top of the staircase. We're now on the 5th floor. We can see that the staircase is definitely at its simplest up here. We're basically in an attic where we can see original construction as well. These like very angular rafters that basically help us shape the very pitch roof. The space is an open plan attic, and it really makes you feel like you're in Paris. I would definitely leave it open. I would definitely create a studio and a space open for creativity in order to enjoy the wonderful light that we have here. We have a beautiful, massive skylight, which is massive now and would have been even harder to create at the time. Originally, the property had an oval skylight, which is very beautiful and very of the era. The oval shape speaks to the view that you get as you look down the staircase, where we get that very grandiose, sort of like circular perspective. And we can see the beautiful, like interesting mechanisms that we see sometimes in properties of the era to open and close the windows. So I think this space is definitely one of the most beautiful spaces in the house, definitely the most private, and definitely the one that I would use as a creative space. When you buy a property and where you're looking to buy a property that is in a state condition or in a state of disrepair, you have a big challenge ahead of you. The main reason why you have a challenge is because it's very hard to X-ray a property. Nobody can do it, so you don't know where you're going to find all the surprises. However, things to look out for are things level. Do I smell a mold? Do I see leaks everywhere? Has anybody put any money into this property in the last 30 years? These are very simple, like red flags that will help someone understand the level of investment into the mechanical, electrical, and structural elements. When we think of a mansion of this type, we can think of resilience. This property is on sale for $22 million. The renovation or the restoration could range anything north of $15 million. Therefore, the property would be completely priced out of the Upper West Side area. Remember, here we're standing in Riverside Drive. We are not in Park Avenue. We're not on Fifth Avenue. We did speak to a few brokers, and the most expensive townhome here in the Upper West Side is on or around $26 million. It's a shame that this property has been gutted. It's a shame that we find it now in a state of near abandonment or disrepair. But I am confident that definitely there is an institution or a person that will have the commitment to bring it back to its former glory. This visit has been a little bit of a scouting mission where we have been able to piece together what the property used to look like by being careful and taking a closer look at all the remnants. And I believe that whomever takes on the challenge can do the historical and archival research in order to also tie together the story that they want to tell.
So that was that. You didn't see that here. But I think it's interesting that structure was redone, and they redid it to the original interior, it seems, and then they gutted it, and I find that really weird. Anyways, I just thought that was a really neat find. And I was going to look and see, Oz, do you have anything you would like to add? I'm going to look at some of these comments you've got written here.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Cool. Oh, let's see. Ben Porter says, I never thought going up steps was a good idea for a house. Yeah, I think the whole steps up to the front door thing is just a complete way of getting around the fact that the doors were, below ground, and they had to put in new doors and they had to get up to them. I really, and then they just made it like, oh, that's how we design things. No, I really am not up for that idea. Streets Tartaria, they put crap in front of the bottoms of the buildings to hide the mud flood, looks like. Yep. Streets is saying, yeah, looking to hire a guy that can do some quality CGI to help the community show realistically how mud flood took place all the way through fixing it up. So, take a look at, I believe Streets has put in the comments the link to this contest he's holding, and I'll put it in the description when I get a hold of it. And if you got anybody that wants to win $300, I think it's $300 if I'm not mistaken. He's putting his money where his mouth is, and he is not doing this for profit. He's doing this to further the research. So I hope this can go further, and I hope he finds his animator, somebody that can do. He's looking for high quality, like he's looking for the real deal, 3D kind of shit, like badass looking killer professional animation. So he's not looking for stick figures here. So it's going to be really cool when he gets it done. Hippie Shake says, those sneaky people. Streets Tartaria, to think about it. Freemasons find a city town before it was connected by streets and fix it up, and need to write a history for that town, and the later it gets before releasing the town to the public. Yep. Streets saying they need to make a town look inhabited in low res newspaper articles, but now that we have high res or high definition screens, doesn't pass the laugh test. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. You know, when you were originally looking at these images, he's talking about the Fifth Avenue images. I was looking at the beginning of the video. You know, if you look at those images like I showed them in my video, they're really cool looking and they look perfectly real. Everything looks legit. It's only when you get in there and look under the lady's dress you find out that lady ain't a lady. You know what I'm saying? It's not what it's cracked up to be. You know, there's reality, but there's also things on top of that reality. So yeah, Kingdom Within says maybe screenshot the car and increase the contrast by 100. Huh. That's interesting. Hippie Shake says without these added images, it would look a bit dead or deserted. Yeah, I think it would look strange. It wouldn't look. It added a reality, like it made it look real, like it's. If it didn't have anything, if there was nothing in the pic, if there were no horses and no carts and no cars and no people, it would look like an abandoned city. And I don't think you could have New York abandoned. I think it would be absolutely obvious. Good point, Hippie. Kingdom Within, so many images have been tampered with since the reset. Yeah, I think it's probably a lot worse than we realize. Kingdom Within says it's almost as if they wanted to give us hints. Well, going back to the official, you know, that they have to tell us what they're going to do to us. Just because we don't have the eyes to see doesn't mean they didn't tell us. You know, if you had got a magnifying glass out on those pictures, I bet you would have figured it out. But who's going to put a magnifying glass on those pictures? Nobody. Nobody's going to do that. Not back then. Why would you do that? I mean, why would you even consider that could be a fake photograph? I wouldn't have. Kingdom Within says because most of these things truthers unveil are quite easy to spot. Yeah. It's just a matter of having the eyes to see it. The willingness to see it, really. Streets Tartaria, good point with the awnings. This was a pre-inhabited photo shoot to make it look inhabited more than a few fixers that were actually there. Yeah, I think those awnings not being in those photographs is very telling. Sometimes it's not what's there, it's what's not there. Hippie says fake person. Probably talking about one of those painted people. Streets is saying military operation creating a narrative. This is super well done. I'm assuming he's talking about those pictures are super well done. He ain't talking about me. I know that now. He ain't telling us, hey, I know that old piece is super well done. No, he's talking about those pictures. Skip says we just need to find the catacombs like France. Yeah. Yeah, I see your point. Kingdom Within says, I mean, you would think that the officials upon the reset weren't so smart considering the fact that we are able to see things in plain sight. Well, there's the old saying that the best place to hide something's in plain sight. Caleb Wilkinson saying, he's saying, hey there, Biggs. Well, hey there, Caleb. Streets saying would be cool to run these images through AI to look for unnatural parts. Okay, now you're talking above my pay grade. I don't even. Can you do that? I don't know. Make it happen. Can you do that for me? That sounds awesome. I don't know. Hey man, I don't know. I didn't even know you can do that. That's cool. If that can be done, let's see. if you know a guy, Hippie Shake says they were so skilled back then to be able to fake things in photos. You know, if you ever took took a darkroom class, photography class, you would know that cutting and pasting images is actually very simple. What is more complicated is the painting of them. That actually takes a skilled painter, but then, you know, how hard is it for a skilled painter to paint in some people and some horses? And I mean, you know, it's just a matter of your professional level. You know, if you're a good painter, I mean, if you go in there and Bob Ross it, maybe it isn't so hard. I don't know. I could tell you that the cut and pasting is not hard to do. All you do is literally all you do is take an X-Acto knife on a negative and you cut out what you want to use, and then you just place it on top of the other negative of the picture that you want to add it to, and then you take another photograph, okay, of that of the two images on top of each other, and it's photoshopped in. And the better you do your cut, the better the photoshopping. I've done it. It's easy. I took a graphic arts class in high school, and we were taught that. I mean, it's simple graphic art stuff. Q Essence says backdrop for a studio ? That's very possible. I don't think so. I think she's talking about the images as a whole. I don't think so, because I mean, these are historical. There's a lot of photographic evidence of this street, so I don't think that this is a backdrop. But she might not be talking about that. I'm not sure. But if you're talking about the whole street, I mean, there's very specific building like the Vanderbilt Mansion. I mean, we know that was there. We have audio, video, you know, or audio, film, not audio. We have photographs. We have film. You know, there's a lot of records of that particular structure. I don't know if that's what you're saying. It's probably not. But QS is saying just insert building here in the center of the backdrop. Streets is saying maybe the whole streets were mud and they need a narrative faster and Photoshop streets in. If you go back and look at them images, I think those streets and those sidewalks and basically every horse, cart, car, person, the street lamps, the fire department, anything but the buildings needs to be studied further. And then I think the backgrounds where the roads go further down and you can see, I think, and then the edges, I think all that needs to be looked at closer. I don't have the technology to look at it closer. I don't know how you do that, but I think there's more there. You know, it might be interesting to turn those into negatives. I could do that and find out what's there, because there could be some weird shit there. Caleb's saying an afterthought awning. Yeah. Road Atlas says, always wondered why some buildings have a complete brick wall with no windows and the rest of the building has ornamentation. Yeah, that is really strange when you see that. Yeah, I think there's hanky-panky when you see that. It's always stood out to me too. QSS, I'm going with Repo Mural of Cityscape. It makes sense. Maybe mixed photo, painted mixed mediascape. She's talking about a specific picture. I'm not sure what picture. I'm not sure what picture she's talking. Hippie's saying strange coloring on the top of the buildings. Sonic Q says, I think if the streets were not mud, they cleaned them before bothering with the buildings, though. Okay. Masonic Q says the mixed photos aren't that surprising if they were for display or publication. Take photo and it comes out bad. So old timey shop it for whoever's paying, like they did with postcards. Yes and no. I see your point. The point being that, you know, you got these pictures, you want to put them in a book and you want them to look the best they can. Maybe the image just didn't come out perfect. But here's the thing with the problem with that is that there's literally elements, like major elements, like horses and carts or a person that have been painted in for no fucking reason. And that is not covering of a mistake. That is literally adding to the image to create a narrative. And I don't think it's just to sell a book. I think that's literally narrative manipulation. I might have just made that word up. QSN says the photo studios had backdrop galore. It's almost impossible to find the same one used twice in old tintypes and CDVS. I look. Okay. I don't know. I don't think these are backdrops for if you're talking about the pictures as a whole. I don't think they're backdrops. I've seen backdrops, and backdrops are very two-dimensional, if you know what I mean. These are definitely have a three-dimensionality to them. Yeah. Hippie Shake says looks like everyone had a mansion back then. Yeah, well, the robber barons that came in and stole everything did. Calum says, damn, wish I had better resolution. Hard to tell on the old 144p with shitty internet still. Well, my goodness, Caleb, what in the world are you doing? We got to get Caleb some internet because he is just see, you got to understand, Caleb is in this area in the middle of Australia that there's literally nothing. He's like literally he's surrounded by kangaroos and aborigines. I mean, he's like there ain't nothing around Caleb. So I don't know. We need to send him some kind of internet special thing. I don't know. I'd love to get Caleb on the show, but Caleb, I'd love to get Caleb on the show. I'm harassing Streets to come on the show, but he's still not wanting to. I just can't jerk his chain hard enough to get him to come and talk to you folks because I know y'all want to hear about him, and maybe if y'all jerk his chain, maybe he'll give in and honor us with his presence on the show. But I'd love to get Caleb on the show because I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but Caleb is really smart and he has a lot to add to the community. He just has terrible internet connection, and it makes it really hard for him to do things like live stream. Because I tell you what, and I was the same way until I could get the internet working the way it needed to be working. I couldn't do live streams because the internet was just so wonky. It was unbelievable. It just got worse and worse and worse and worse. Anyways, I don't know. I wish I knew what to do to help Caleb, but I just don't know what to do. He's just in a really crap area to get it accomplished right, I think. Masonic Hugh says, imagine people 100 plus years from now critiquing IG pics from our time. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Instagram. What is wrong with people? QSN says an actual Photoshop filter would be extremely revealing. not exactly sure what you're saying. QS says linotype machine has to be old world. Huh, that's an interesting thought. Kayla Wilkinson, Mona Lisa, a couple of microns thin on paint, so it seems a lot was possible. Yeah, they're old paintings, or there's a lot going on there we don't understand. QS says it's basically soft propaganda tourist bureau stuff. QS says 1907 is the pivotal year in printing and publishing. 1906, no postcards. 1907, a billion postcards. Why? Yeah. QS says all old postcard collections will prove that out. Sketches says a few touch-ups in the dark room, no problem. Sketches Osby's, if he says sketchy again, do I get my wrench back? You know, I was thinking this when I kept saying sketchy. I kept thinking, I didn't know you were in the chat. I wonder if Sketches in here. I wonder if he's throwing a fit right now. That's hilarious. Caleb, it says doctor, damn doctors. QS, it says magic lantern slides are where it's at. Many of them are also Photoshop. Magic lantern slides. Same reasons, but once in a while, pure gold. QS is very little signage for NY 1911. Yeah, I noticed that too. And it's weird signage too. But then again, it's also an upscale neighborhood, so maybe the signage wasn't allowed. You know, maybe by law or something. Just a thought. Even though I still think it's horseshit. But Streets saying, I don't think the sidewalks are not even there. I think you're right. Streets, I said, I bet you could decode every one of those names to 666, 333, 30, 22, etc. Streets says this supports the empty cities theory really well. I think it makes a case. Streets says, I really think the sidewalks are all painted in. I think I think a case could be made for that. I didn't, as I was looking at those pictures tonight, it became more and more obvious that the sidewalks weren't there and the streets. So yeah, Sketches says the old negatives were in black and white. Yep. And that I used to know there was something that color that you see is something that they I forget why it did that. It had something, maybe I can't remember if it was the kind of paper or the kind of chemicals they used. Something, I forget what caused that coloration. That it has that brownish or tannish tint thing. I don't know. Sketches says the all negatives. Let me back up. All negatives are black and white. All negatives. So, but it's when you go to the photo processing that the image becomes color or has any sort of color. But all images are black and white. All the negatives. Sketch says no. Jay says this is incredible. I think those pictures are very incredible. Tartaria's Street says they have a few real horses, humans for size, and the rest, including sidewalks, are painted in and around the items out there for size. That's a good point. Street says, was there a building that got destroyed by liquefaction mud? Maybe. I mean, it's interesting. Street says took it down and stacked the brick on pallets to patch in Mudflood windows. Hippie Shake says, what type of camera they used to take these? I don't know. That it says in the end, and that he used a wide angle lens. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm that's something to ask a photography person. I thought that was a little weird when I heard it. Road Atlas says something was demolished. Street says this is a killer show tonight. Well, thank you. I there's no. I'm flying by the seat of my pants here, y'all. There's not a plan. I just throw some stuff together and fly by the seat of my pants and hope that this turns out something y'all won't riot on me, and hope that y'all enjoy it. I don't like scripts, so whatever comes out of my mouth is probably not going to be something that has been predetermined. JRG MTY says looks like street rendering when the government wants to sell some overtaxed project. Rodell says, look how tall that man next to that horse. Yeah, I remember that. Marcelo says that front car looks like is merging with the car behind it. Yeah, I remember that one. Street says much love. All need to spend some more time with the family. Caleb says that word interesting as well. Painting. What is with the pain? Interesting. JRG, it's a big clue. If they can paint, they can erase too. JRG says paint. Marcelo says it is the same fat police officer with a mustache. I wondered the same thing. Is that a copy paste police officer? And I imagine you could just do a side by side comparison of the photographs and figure that out. Sketches says even the old artist had profiles of people that they could just put in paintings when needed. Okay. Calum's saying all of these photos feel off, bizarre, out of place, out of time, confusing. Agreed. Yeah, they do. JRG, the funny thing is when you find these things, they come up with the strangest explanations, no explanation given when nobody's looking. Marcelo, you totally have the right to rant, BEAGS. I try not to rant unless I have something to rant about. I try to save, because I think that every now and then I need to rant. I think it helps. Sketches says, yeah, it is so easy to smash a sandcastle, but you get more out of building one. I like building sandcastles. They're fun. JRG says the government prints fake money, so we should do whatever the hell we want. Yeah, basically. Jay says the greatest story ever denied. Rodell says they erased all the trolley tracks. That's a good point. Caleb says did they forget to paint the tracks? Yep, that's interesting. Road Atlas says pushing the modern auto narrative. JRG, all the people went to San Francisco, so of course there's no people left. Road Atlas there's a trolley and no tracks. That's a good point. That's a great point. Good point. Derby Jack, what if they made 7-Elevens out of those buildings with pillars? JRG says, imagine thinking you own something when you give it to Google. Derby is saying there are controllers. There are controllers of info. Hippie says, well said. Amy Lane says, hello, BEAGS. Amy Lane. Hello, Amy. I don't think I've ever seen your name before there. Caleb Mook says when 60% of people can't visualize, I wonder why. Then the visuals are imperative. Yes, I think he's talking about the GIFs, the animations that Streets is trying to put together. Yes, I think the visualizations are a wonderful idea. Caleb says, spot on. Caleb saying, I just got goosebumps. Okay. Some children need 1-to-1 space to do their own thing. Yep. He says, don't red bricks contain iron? Correct. Road Atlas says blood has iron. Correct. Caleb says, yep. And Pearson Powell. That's ridiculous. So I suspect the 1,000-year reign of Christ Jesus has come and gone. It would explain the red brick buildings. Cathedrals will no longer replicate lost arts and strong delusion mankind is under. That's a loaded question. That is a deep, dark question right there. I can't unpack that right there without a very long, drawn-out rant. Says I don't generalize mud flood, giant trees, nor anything. I keep an open mind always, but evidence of X factor is everywhere. There is first off, the X factor word, I'm tired of hearing it. You don't know what it is. That's why you call it X factor. I'm not talking about you, Ann. I'm saying that they use this X factor word because they don't know what to call it. And I'm just, it's their, they got to come up with something better than that. It's just, that's not working. There is evidence of melted buildings, in my opinion. My problem is that they're literally calling icebergs melted buildings. Fuck that. Kalen Wilkinson says, awaken narrative. He used this a lot. Like that is a thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. He was, in Ewar's video, he was saying that he's basically making the point that because we're awake, we have this idea that we know kind of better than anybody else, and he has a good point there that we just because we're awake doesn't mean we got the truth. It doesn't mean that we are the answer. It doesn't mean that we're not asleep to certain things. It doesn't mean, we have this new narrative that is pure gold and that, we shit diamonds. He has a good point there. Yeah, I think that's just my opinion. Turbo Christ says, if we generalize everything, we will completely miss key pieces of the puzzle. Yes, it is interesting because the deeper the research goes, the more questions that arise than answers. Yes, I agree. That's a funny thing about our research is that we go in search of answers and yeah, we do find more. It's like Oak Island. I'm a big Oak Island researcher fan. And every time they find something new and anomalous, it brings more questions than answers. And that's so true about our research, is that we'll just get more questions and more questions and more questions. And we might get a few answers here and there, but we get more questions. But you know what? At least we have that. That's something. JRG says, just like in the megalithic research, people think New Earth is a goddess. Okay, I don't know. JRG said, this simulation petri dish world has so many layers. That's why everyone hits a wall eventually. I see your point there. A lot to unpack in that statement, but yeah, I see your point. Calum says, I think the awakened narrative is a straw man. Gotcha. Hippie's saying, never watched Ewar, only the first half of his first episode, thought he was copying everybody else's work, and I dislike his voice. No offense, Ewar, but your voice is like nails on a chalkboard. It kills kills me. I think Streets. I think you had. I think we were talking one night. You were saying it would be a good idea to do the audio for Ewar's videos and just literally have somebody read it. And I'd like, that's a great idea because I really can't stand it. I don't know what accent he has. I have never in my life heard an accent like that. And maybe it doesn't sound weird if I don't know, maybe it's just me. His accent it's just not. I wish the audio was different. I wish it had a different voice. Just something different. I don't know. That accent's just, maybe it's being American. Maybe it's some kind of bullshit American crap. But for my American ears, it's nails on chalkboard. Caleb saying, I thought the same thing. Okay. And saying, I feel deeply connected to the old world architecture, even if we are. And I remember you did boots on the ground once. I'd like to see more of that. I really enjoyed when you did that. She went out and did like Streets of Tartaria does, and she knocked it out the park. I think you should do more of that. Even if we are spread apart, we can be in tune with each other. Now we are negatively in tune with each other and hive mind sheep. There's a point to that. There's a lot of negativity. We're supposed to be the awakened ones. We're supposed to be of love and light and all this stuff, but in reality, there's a lot of horse shit in our community. Where do you start? I mean, I could rant all night about the horse shit in our community. We're no better than the sheep, as far as I'm concerned. We've got a lot of work to do. There's a whole lot of things that are wrong with our community, and we need to clean up our act, myself included. I need to clean up. We all have issues. Okay. So yeah. Is Morgan saying John does not interact? That's how he stays out of it, by literally staying out of it. I think I'm assuming you're talking about Levy. Yeah, yeah. But you can stay out of things, but here's the thing: if you sit on if your buddy's getting beat up and you're sitting on the sidelines, when somebody comes to beat your ass, you think your buddy's going to stand up for you? I want to think about that. Hippie Shake, Caleb, I'm sitting in my little sitting room with 4 snoring dogs. And saying, I would love to live in a world of highly enlightened individuals where we speak multiple languages, seek purity, and want to master arts. I want to be the best version of myself, not perfect. I like the word perfect imperfection. I love that word, or words. I love that phrase. Aha, there you go. Morgan saying, no one ever said lack of photographic evidence was a point of anything. Morgan saying, it is good to know who is working with us and who is against us, so people can see even in the community how much people are against us, while we know they are lying and generalizing. And is saying, Morgan, heartbreaking how many against us. Even in the truth community, we have truthers against each other. Sad. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, I've put up my dukes, you know, against, you know, others, because I'll stand for what I believe, but you know, there's also on the other end of that spectrum, you got people in the community that won't stand up and fight at all, and they just sit in the background, and they won't stand, you know, they don't have any skin in the game, and you know, that's useless. Well, if you can't stand with your peers, you're fucking useless. Get the fuck off the fucking stage. Osby says, I think the term us and community are overused. We are on our own journeys, and should already be doing our own research to reach out, to reach our own conclusions. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. I've you know, recently I've had to step back and really look at what this word community is, and it's I'll be honest, I've been very disappointed in the community as a whole. I mean, I've recently just found that the community, for the most part, is a bunch of spineless, you know, people that have no backbone, and they don't stand up for each other. They just cower. And we need fucking warriors here. We need people that are gonna stand the test of time. And when the going gets tough, the tough, you know, stand up and fight the good fight. This is as Alex Jones said, it's a information war, you know, and it's a war, and there's gonna be bloodshed. There's going to be people's feelings hurt. There's going to be, you know, casualties. And that's just the way it is. We're at war with some very bad elements that are in control of our world, and it's not going to be, you know, unicorns and leprechaun farts. You know, we're gonna get our knees skinned. We're gonna lose friends. You know, there's going to be casualties. That's war, and it's just the way it is. We you know, and I've looked at the people around me, and I've cut off anything that's not, you know, if I found you not being on my team, you're fucking out of here. I ain't got fucking time for you. I'm tired of people, you know, saying they're going to be there for you and then turning their back on you when you need them. I've cut them all off. You know, that's useless to me. If you know, that's a sunshine truther. You know, a sunshine truther is someone that, you know, when the going is good, they're right there with you with their little picket sign and saying, hey, truth, truth, truth. And then, you know, when the bottles start getting thrown, they run and cower. Less useless. Grow a backbone. Let's see. JRG, when did countries start using flags as if it's a social media thumbnail profile that could be when globalist BS started? That's funny. Hip Shake says, we are all connected to each other, but most don't know it. We are all at a higher vibration, so we connect easily. Yeah, we are at a higher vibration, and yes, we do connect easy, and we are all one. Yes, at a soul level, we are all one. That is very true. Although we are all on individual paths, and we're individually in need to find answers, and you can't depend on me, and I can't depend on you. We have to depend on ourselves. Morgan saying, go Beags, tell that truth. He's trying to lump it all together in order to push a lie of some kind. you know, I think, and he's talking about Ewar. I think Ewar has just stumbled over his own lack of research. And I think he's going to come around later on down the road. And he's going to be back. It'll be in a different way. He'll have some changes in his thoughts, but I think he'll be back. I think he's just stumbled in his research. I think he's got some research to do, and that, you know, he'll come back when he does the research, is what I think. I think he's spoken before he's really done his thinking, which is I think what he did originally. I think he came across all this information and just threw a video together because it was something he knew he could do, and he put this video out, and then all of a sudden he stumbled across something, and it's like, wait a minute, wait, this doesn't work, and okay, I've screwed up, and then he got worried and he backtracked, but he give him time. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Don't throw Ewar out yet. I don't think he's a bad guy. A lot of people are talking a lot of shit about Ewar. I'm not standing up for Ewar, but I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's just lost. I think he'll find himself, though. I think he'll find his way back. Hippie saying, wow, I can see that cutout. Oz is saying photo manipulation is a better term than Photoshop. I agree. Which has been copied. You know, it's really that's a very, very, very good point, Oz. I have, when I'm running my mouth, it's very difficult to remember something like that. It's like, because Photoshop is so ingrained in your mind. I'm like sitting there trying to say something other than Photoshop, and then Photoshop comes out. But yes, photo manipulation is a much better way to say that. I totally agree with that. So that's something I need to work on. Morgan says, this is great examples of the bullshit. Must be talking about the Photoshop, or excuse me, there, see, photo manipulation photographs. Osby says, good point. Why is there ever painted sections on the photo? Someone explain that. He'd say, must take hours of doctor these photos. Quite possibly. Streets saying, yo, you're still going. Oh, he must have dipped out for a while. Hip shake, Streets Tartaria, Biggs was after your link earlier, and I think he put the link in there. And it says, free energy we should all have. We should have access to our most basic needs, regardless of ability to pay. I agree with that. Definitely. Morgan said, do the research. We know what is not understood about free energy. Yep. Hippie saying, energy is a real thing. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about, Ewar. I think he hasn't done the research. I mean, I think he should give him time. Give him time. I think he just hadn't done the research. I think give him time. He needs to go back to he needs to get back to the school of research and work it out. Caleb saying had to restart Pooter. It froze on me. Man, poor Caleb. Caleb saying people think that energy is only the stuff that makes their hair dryer go. That is the mistake. That very true. Good point. See, I told you Caleb was a smart person. Morgan says, yes, you got it, Biggs. Not sure. Caleb saying, damn, gotta go. Coffee with Mummy. Bye, Caleb. I love how he says that. Hippie Shake saying, Roscoe wear Gucci. He don't have his Gucci sweater on tonight. He's it's nice and warm here. He's happy without his Gucci sweater today. Hippie Shake says Tower Bridge in London has massive engines in it to lift the bridge and roads up. Yeah, I've seen that. That's really cool. Hippie saying almost looks staged. Morgan saying says, what a joke, non-proof. He was saying, oh, that's new hexagon-shaped cathedral building in the 70s room to be satanic. I went there, school trip. That's what we're looking at. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, that weird construction photo. Yeah, I was wondering what the hell that was. He'd be saying, not rumored. Okay. Osby says, for those interested, part of the Ewar's video went into the Liverpool Cathedral, which was apparently built over 75 years, beginning 1984, a modern version of an older style. Yep. Hippie saying, do you think the building was an old mason's house? I'd have to know what picture you're talking about, what building. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're saying. Let me see. I'm getting to the end here, I think. Hippie saying, I wonder if those grills were the fake air circulation. I've wondered if those grills were for part of the wind catcher system, because those windows up in the top level that she was showing with the cranks, those are part of the wind catcher. I should have told you that earlier. Reading. Streets is saying, you see people exposing parts of images that were not real. Imagine a software that is trained to look for what's real and crisp versus what is not painted. Yeah, I'd like to imagine that. Yeah. Streets Tartaria says, how many painted photos did you go through, and were they all the same city? I don't know. I don't remember. No idea. Street says, the Russian Mudflood channel has twice as many subs as John Levy. Oh, that's what I think that's that channel you were telling me about earlier today. And I don't know what channel that is. You didn't tell me what channel it is. You said Pi or something? I don't know. I didn't catch the channel. So if you can put that in the link too, I'd like to see that, or send me an email. Let me know, or something. Street says, I think we're all going to get our minds blown by his presentations. I think you're talking about the Russian guy. I think so too. I'm all for it. Ian says, I have issues. I have issues. I first admit we need to set an example to those not awake. We need to live what we preach and act like deeply spiritual humans with high morals. You know, when I first woke up 14 years ago, I was all love and light, and I was, I tried the whole, be the love and light version of BEAGS, and I realized that through time of awakening that wasn't BEAGS, that wasn't me, that I was me. I was light and I was dark, and so hopefully I can come off as an asshole and a funny son of a bitch. That I can come off as a caring, loving person and a jackass. I can be all of it, because that's who I am. I'm all these things. I'm not just a spiritually high human being with great morals. I probably have terrible morals. I don't know. I'm a human being. I'm a human becoming. Help me to become. I am Lord Sarah, something, courage, ability to face, accept, acknowledge your shortcomings, bravery equals ability to face situation where you might die, facing a lion. I've faced death more than I can count on my hands, and I mean really faced death. So yeah, I've seen death quite a few times. Unfortunately, it's just part of my life. Even the ends saying even the Bible speaks of the cowardly. Shakes says two friends are arguing. I will not take sides. I stay neutral as I see both sides of the story. Yeah, I do like the comment that the old saying. There's two sides. There's his side, her side, and the truth. Yeah, there is a gray area. There is a middle way. And both sides can be true, depending on your perspective and from which end of the telescope you're looking down. And then again, there's situations where things can be, a person can be right and wrong at the same time. so yeah, I see what you're saying there, Hippie. And I empathically, I hear what you're saying behind the words. I hear you. Okay. Streets of Tartaria. I can't tell you how many times I've been wrong when I take a side too early. It's a good point. Hippie saying Streets of Tartaria, but if someone was bullying a friend, I would be there straight away. Streets of Tartaria says for sure if I witness it with my own eyes. And saying we treat each other too harshly and we tend to be too judgmental. Hippie saying that's why I'm neutral. I won't take sides unless somebody becomes a bully, and look out. I don't, taking sides. I don't. I see your point about not taking sides. But I think I think I need to know what I believe and stand up for what I believe. And what if that puts me on one side or the other, then that's where it puts me. Sometimes there's things that we need to deal with. And so things aren't always pleasant. Shit happens. We have to deal with things in life. That's just there's unfortunate events. But that's just the way it is. Oz, did you have anything to add by chance?
Oh wow, you got through a whole bunch of comments there. That was great.
Yeah, that's a lot of comments. I don't know if that helps people going through that or not. That's a lot to go through. If y'all like going through the comments like that, let me know. If you don't, if you think I'm, if it takes up too much time, let me know that too. This is a work in progress. This is a very fluid thing we're doing here. It's not set in stone. We're trying to better it. But I like to see your comment. And when I come back, like if I do it, I can't comment on your comments in the chat after the show, and I can't comment because it won't let me, and I can't comment during the show because I'm doing the show. So if I do it this way, it gives me an opportunity to answer questions and give you my opinion like in real time, sort of. So I like it, even though it might take kind of a long time. I don't know. I'm trying to. It's like Kim Ray saying, I like the interaction. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to not only interact with you, but allow you to interact with me and to interact as a whole. Because you know, you're giving your 2 cents, then I'm giving my 2 cents, and then somebody else is putting in their 2 cents, and then, you know, we're all kind of, it's kind of like going to a concert, you know, when the crowd gets riled up, so the band gets riled up, you know. Look, I've been to concerts with hundreds of thousands of people, big freaking concerts, and then I've been to concerts with literally 3 people in the crowd, okay, and I will tell you that the difference is night and day. You can have a best band in the world and they're in front of 3 people and they'll suck. There's this energy that comes from the crowd that feeds that band. It's incredible. So that's about that. But I think I had, make sure there ain't nothing else you folk needed to hear this week that was important. I think, let me, you know, Streets is still hanging out with us. I'm going to show his CGI competition again. Streets, put your links in there again. I'm going to show your CGI again. This is, again, a competition that Streets of Tartaria is running. It's not going for very much longer, a few days, I think. It's on freelancer.com. The links are going to be in the description. The links are in the chat right now. I'm going to see if he'll put the links in the chat right now also. And he's running a competition to find an animator to do Mudflood Theory animation shorts, like GIFs kind of thing. So these are preliminary entries into this competition. I'm going to show this again and try to plug this idea, and I hope you enjoy that. So that was that. So I think that's about gonna do it this week. I had more I could have shared with you, but I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me rant and rave about mud and flood and all this and all that. And I don't want to, you know, give you everything I got in one day, because that's really kind of, you know, pointless. But you know, you gotta give you something to come back for. Hey, Andrea 73, glad to see you here. Hello, Rich Spillman. Thanks for showing. And I hope to see you guys next week. We'll try to get back to the Wednesday show next week if everything goes well. Had to do it a little differently this year. This week had a conflict of work conflict thing. Got rained out tomorrow, so it was better if I did it tonight. So anyways, I sure appreciate everybody showing up tonight, and I hope you enjoyed, and hope you had a good time, and we will see you on the flip side. This is Biggs out.
Ha 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 ha. Toma la Ay, timales. It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. Don't you get it?
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.